President, Corey Sertle.
Thank you, Josh, and good morning, everybody. As Josh just mentioned, I just finished 3 years as President of U.S. Sailing, Chairman of U.S. Sailing's Board, and it's truly been a pleasure and honor to be able to serve the sport for the last 3 years with a tremendous board of directors. We have an amazing volunteer community at U.S. Sailing and actually across the whole sport. Many of you are here today. So I just want to start by thanking everybody who does volunteer for the sport for all that you've done for the sport, continue to do, and why you're here today. So it's really a privilege for me to be here for a couple of reasons. One is this is the club I grew up in, and I started sailing in Narragansett Bay. Just my parents built a house when I was a toddler, and I was just really lucky to be able to be part of Connecticut Yacht Club every summer growing up. And my journey in sailing has included being an Olympian, sailing all over the world, and truly one of my favorite places to sail is just right out here in Narragansett Bay. Most recently, Jamestown Yacht Club, a paper club in town, runs awesome PHRF races right out here in the bay, and just zooming around Narragansett Bay around Government Marks is probably one of my favorite activities, and being able to do it with my family is even more of a pleasure. So this sport's given me a ton, and I've been really pleased to give back to it, and really excited to be here. I want to thank Connecticut Yacht Club and the flag officers who are with us today, who you'll meet later, and thank Connecticut for hosting it and being so warm to us. We had our board meeting yesterday. It was the first time we've met in person in almost 2 years, and it's so great to see everybody here in person. So really pleased about that. Also really proud of our club. We have a tradition of a lot of really strong women with a lot of great experience who represent Connecticut Yacht Club, America's Cup sailors. We have Susie Leach, Hannah Sweat, who are members of Connecticut Yacht Club, and of course, Meg Miles, who's a member here who went to the Olympics in 2004, representing us in the Europe dinghy class. So really proud of all the women who are just sailors who are from our club. So I had to give a shout out to that group of people. So without further ado, I look forward to seeing everyone today. And I have a special honor of welcoming our new president, Rich Jepson, to join me up here. And this is literally his first official duty, is helping to introduce our stakeholder summit. So welcome, Rich, and I know that U.S. Sailing is in great hands with Rich at the helm of our board. So welcome, Rich.
Thank you. So those of you who are in the know understand that U.S. Sailing's just been through just about the most difficult 3 years in our long history. And we're here today, and the organization is in good shape, financial and otherwise, because of one person more than anyone else, and that's Corey Sertle. So please recognize her one last time. And of course, she couldn't have done it without the rest of the board. There's a lot of board members here, and they're staying throughout the day to collect your feedback, answer your questions, and find out what you need from us, and as importantly, what you don't need from us. And I want you to take a look at them and seek them out at breaks and at lunch if you have questions. So if you're a board member of U.S. Sailing or past board member of U.S. Sailing, please stand up so everyone can see who you are. That way we won't need to put targets on your backs. And just a quick recognition, another past president is in the room, Jim Muldoon. So he's got NGB experience. Going to take some questions from you once he finishes, but there's some things we want you to know about what we're doing to change our organization for the better. So let me introduce Alan Osfield.
Thank you. I'm not sure where to go with the whole married and wedding day, and I certainly don't remember saying I have enough money. So, but other than that, everything you said was completely true. So, thank you, Rich, for the very kind words. I appreciate being here. Thank you, Corey, for all that you've done for U.S. Sailing. I have to say, we were in our first board meeting this morning without Corey, and I must have forgot because I'm looking around the room thinking someone's missing at the table, and I had a moment of sadness, actually. And I've been here 6 months, and I had that feeling. So I can only imagine the feeling that others have, knowing what she has led the board through over the past 3 years, past 2 years in particular. The magnitude of change was incredible. So I will miss you, and I'm sure everyone else will. So thank you. But thank you. Oh, and while I'm thanking people, I want to thank Katie Olette, Katie Alley, and Josh Toso, 3 people who work tirelessly behind the scenes to make this happen so that we can all show up and enjoy ourselves. Without them, we're not here doing what we're doing. So thank you guys for all that you did wherever you are. And obviously, thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to see our stakeholders. It's wonderful for me to have a chance to connect directly with you. I've been with U.S. Sailing now for about 6 months. I've spent a lot of time learning from the great staff here. They've all been relatively patient with me, and I think I've been pseudo-patient with them. So it's been a good learning process for all of us. And I've been able to connect with a lot of people in the sailing community as well. I mean, many people that I see out here, you know, Matt, Linda, a lot of other people that I've had the opportunity to connect with in my time here as I've tried to quickly get up the learning curve of sailing. So I appreciate everybody's kindness and welcoming nature and patience as we get through this. So thank you all for that. Obviously, I have a lot more to learn about sailing, of course, which I look forward to. It's been a fun 6 months, but I look forward to the future ahead. But I have learned enough to develop a sense of what I think we do well and what I think we can improve on to serve all of our stakeholders well. And that's what we're here to talk about today. That's what I'm excited to get into today. So with that, we'll dive right in. So this is what we're going to do today. Obviously, everything starts with setting the stage with our mission statement and the strategic plan. That's the broad attack of how we're going to do our jobs. Second is just identifying exactly who our stakeholders are. And that may sound silly. I don't think it is, and we'll get into why I see it that way. And most importantly, we're going to talk about what we're here to do to serve all of our stakeholders well, and then save some time at the end for Q&A with me in particular, if you like, and then I'll be here all day and happy to talk about anything and everything people want to talk about. All right, so why we exist has to start with our mission statement. I'm not going to read all this to you. I think everyone is well aware of our mission. Broadly stated, we're here to increase sailing participation and excellence. What I think is important about this mission statement is what's not there. What's not there is any one particular component of the sailing community. It doesn't say that any one particular component of the sailing community is any more important than the other. We simply need to increase sailing excellence and participation of all types. So next in line, as you go down the level of granularity, you get to our strategic plan. It adds some measure of detail to the mission statement. It calls out the important areas, obviously all done with one singular focus, which is serving sailors in the sailing community. It's still pretty broad. Strategic plans tend to be, but it's clear that we're here to support all sailors, and it provides the proper perspective. But I think for me, for my job, for the good people that I'm fortunate to work with on the staff, our task is to make this sort of the next level in granular analysis so we can actually attack our days and do our jobs. So this is one way that I like to look at what I've learned is the sailing community. This is our granular mission. These are the pieces that make up the sailing community. And I think however you want to articulate U.S. sailing, completing this puzzle appropriately is our fundamental responsibility. And I think if you take nothing out of this today other than one thing, I'd like you to understand that our fundamental objective is to complete this puzzle. If we complete this puzzle, because all of our stakeholders are represented in that puzzle to one degree or another, if we complete this puzzle, we have done our jobs well. Since I've been here in 6 months, I rarely has a week gone by when someone hasn't asked me the question, do you serve this group? Do you serve the Olympic team? Do you serve community sailing? Are you concerned with adaptive sailing? And the questions go on and on and on. And the questions were initially surprising to me because I didn't really understand why you were asking me that. Not having been a sailor, but knowing what national governing bodies do from my role in the USTA and just having been in the sports world as a professional for 25 years, I was well aware of national governing bodies. So the question really didn't make any sense to me initially. It then became enlightening to me that you were asking the question because something was missing that was causing you to ask us that question. And then what it really did is highlighted for me the challenge that I face and that we all face as a staff. It's clear that we need to recognize all of our stakeholders. It's clear that we need to serve all of our stakeholders. And this is the important part. It's clear that we need to build a business that will allow us to serve all of our stakeholders. So that's our task, to build a business that will allow us to serve all of our stakeholders. So before I get into how we're going to do that, let's just set the stage with who our stakeholders are, how big this organization is, the magnitude of what we have to do on a daily basis, and I think it's important just to have that for context. So we run a variety of adult and youth championships, more than 20 different types of regattas, including thousands of sailors. You can imagine the time and energy and people resources that go into making this work. We also provide a lot of services to other racing activities that aren't U.S. Sailing Championships, including providing over 1,000 offshore certificates a year and certifying 750 race officials. We have 42,000 members. You all know that well. We have memberships in a variety of categories, something for everybody. This is absolutely something that's going to get greater focus in the years ahead. Tons of corporate sponsors, companies that want to benefit their business from associating with us. Lots of work to make these relationships happen. More to come in years ahead, certainly beyond the endemics into the non-endemic companies as we get the chance to focus on this more. But these relationships are obviously critical to enabling us to do what we're here to do. Community sailing is obviously a big part of why we exist. There's a lot of great community sailing organizations that are part of our world in one form or another. We have two wonderful wonderful community sailing programs. The Seabolt Sailors Program takes sailing and exposes it to the diverse world that's out there. REACH uses the great attributes of sailing and teaches STEM subjects to kids. These are just, and I've seen this a lot in sports in my prior roles, these are two wonderful examples to do exactly what something like sailing is supposed to do, which is to leverage the power of sailing, leverage the power of sports to make a difference in the world far beyond sailing. We have a variety of educational programs that I'm sure everybody knows about. We teach over 10,000 people a year, variety of aspects of sailing. It's a big part of what we do. Obviously, the Olympics gets a lot of attention for completely understandable reasons in our high performance efforts. It's not just the Olympics, but it's the hundreds of sailors who aspire to that. It's a consequential part of our business for obvious reasons, and obviously Paul joined us about 7 months ago to lead this important effort. We put on about 13 events a year that touch every aspect of the sailing community. It's events that, like this and others, that bring important people in the sailing community together to talk about issues that are important to all of us. It's a significant part of our obligation to promote sailing in all of its forms. We obviously have significant philanthropic efforts. There's almost 40,000 potential donors that we're here to connect with. We currently have over 2,000 donors that we're pleased to be working with, and they're happy to invest in U.S. sailing. I think it's important to note that many of these donors dedicate far more than financial resources to us. They spend time volunteering on committees, serving on task forces to provide support to our athletes far beyond money, which is important in general, and certainly more important as Paul wants to do everything possible to support our athletes in every way, shape, and form. So this is the comprehensive way of looking at the sailing community. This is our North Star. This is our mission. And now that we have clarity with who our stakeholders are, as I said before, our task is to build a business that enables us to serve everybody well. So I just want to repeat that for the 17th time. Our task is to build a business that will enable us to serve all of our stakeholders well. So I want to get under the hood a bit. I think I may be sharing a little more detail than perhaps has previously been shared. I'm doing that intentionally so you can see what goes on behind the scenes to really make all of that work. So what's our path to excellence? The day I met Corey, and almost every day since then, she's used the phrase path to excellence. This is the path that she and the board set in motion a year plus ago with the magnitude of changes that they started to put through. It was clear, as you've heard me say, that we weren't serving all of our stakeholders well. As I said before, at first I didn't really understand why, because that sure seemed like the mission of a national governing body, and that sure seemed obvious to me. But it became clear to me that it wasn't about whether we wanted to serve all of our stakeholders or whether we thought we should serve all of our stakeholders, but whether we could serve all of our stakeholders. And once I saw it that way, a light bulb went off as to what I understood our business was, which is, again, to create a business that will allow us to serve all of our stakeholders. And I started to understand why the questions were being asked. There were so many stakeholders, often with competing desires, often pulling at us from very different directions to fight for what are understandable limited resources of time, people, and money. So difficult choices had to be made about, are we serving this piece of the puzzle or that piece of the puzzle? And then difficult choices went even further by saying, well, let's stop doing this piece of the puzzle. And I heard that loud and clear from the team when I joined here, that they were being pushed to, let's not do this or let's not do that because we're stretched thin or we're running out of money. And while that is entirely understandable, and we would all do that with our limited resources, it's the exact opposite of what our goal should be. It's the exact opposite of what we should aspire to do, which is to serve the entire community. So to build a business to do exactly that. So we're going to get under the hood a bit now and talk about the things that Corey and Rich have set in motion, and that we've done as a staff just in the past 6 months to help make this happen. So one of the things that I talk a lot about, I use the analogy of building a house. Everybody here has bought a house, built a house. You walk into a house, the first thing you want to do is you want to go to the master bedroom. You want to see if it's nice. You want to look at the walk-in closet. You want to see if it's nice. You want to look at the deck off the second floor to see how the view is. Those are very wonderful things to do. Those are the fun things to do. If you don't have a good foundation in that house, if the foundation of that house is not solid, if the boiler doesn't work, if the electrical system is not up to par, we all know what's going to happen. The house is going to come crumbling down. The house is not going to work. Business is the exact same thing. So while we all like to talk about the fun things, it's also important to talk about the foundational things that are not necessarily flashy, but they're absolutely critical. So we were left here with the task of having to do 2 things at one time, a 2-pronged approach. Our task was to fix the foundation of the business because it needed and needs fixing, while at the same time doing some public-facing improvements so that we could get some momentum, so that we could drive some revenue. And it's a bit of a chicken and egg. You need the foundational improvements to do these things. But you need these things to give you the revenue momentum to do these things. So what do you do first? You can't do nothing. You have to do something. So our task has been to sort of blend these two things together and do the best we can, do these two things simultaneously with the best we can over the past 6 months, and that's what we're going to talk about. So the foundation of any organization is its people and its structure. And I'm not sure what people's views on organizational structures are, but they truly are. If you set them up right, they make the foundation of an organization solid and well-functioning. So it's really is the foundation of any organization. I'm not going to get into the weeds here, but what you see here is our org chart, and a couple things that are important to note from here. The colored boxes are the changes that have taken place over the past year or so. The red changes are the ones that happened before I joined, that Corey and the board set in motion. Paul joining as the Olympic Executive Director, Heather joining as Chief Financial Officer, Jill joining as Chief Development Officer, and then me. The boxes in green are the changes that the staff has put in place over the past 6 months. Obviously, Paul's upgrading the Olympic efforts. We've hired an HR person so we can focus on our people more than had been done. We have filled and upgraded our Chief Marketing Officer position with John. We've hired Andrew to help bring together our programs and services, and we're beefing up our offshore department. Also conducting an IT review to make sure that that part of the foundation is solid. So a lot has gone on, and we're not done yet. We need to hire a membership director. That's a position that has not got the love and attention that it so richly deserves. We're going to focus on that going forward, hiring a finance director so we can be smarter about the way we do things, we can be more well-informed as we make decisions going forward. Hoping to hire a DEI person full-time to allow us to dedicate even more attention to that important area. So a lot of changes. And I think it's important to note the magnitude, there's more color on this page than there is gray. That is a lot of change for any organization to have to absorb in a short period of time. And I think it says a lot about the staff that's here with their dedication and their talent and their resiliency to be able to navigate this degree of change. Not easy, and I think many of them are breathing a sigh of relief that we're nearing the end of that. But it's the foundation of all good things. A second piece that's a foundational improvement that is critical to allowing us to do our job well is bringing financial clarity to how we run our business. Do we have the best financial reports? Are we speaking the same language? Are we asking the right questions? Are we getting answers in the right way? Those things are absolutely critical to allowing us to make intelligent decisions. It wasn't the case before. It was there was a lot of information flying around. There was a lot of energy being directed, and it wasn't necessarily as focused as it could be. So Heather and I and many others have spent time trying to get us all on the same page, speaking the same language, all of which will allow us to make quicker decisions, better decisions, which will allow just us to be a better national governing body. Second foundational thing we're focusing on a lot is our team dynamics. We are one organization. We have one focus in mind. There's no separation between the team and the association. There's no separation between the adults department and the youth department or the education department. We are one organization. There's only 55 of us. We're all basically together all the time. We are one organization talking about the exact same thing all the time, trying to serve one objective. Once you can do that, you remove a lot of friction that exists naturally between departments. If you remove that friction, things work easier. So we spent a lot of time doing that. Again, these are not flashy things, I know, but they are absolutely critical to the success of any organization. But we've also spent time doing some of the fun things. That's what we all want to spend time on. If I had my choice, I'd spend more time on these things. That's not necessarily the hand we were dealt. So, but we have spent time on these because, as I said before, we had to do both simultaneously. I'm not going to go through this. We've listed a bunch here in key areas, but there's a lot of public-facing revenue generating, momentum generating improvements that have taken place. You can see a lot of them there. We've launched Project Pinnacle, raised over $20 million for Project Pinnacle already. The athlete support is dialing up. Athlete transparency, a big point for Paul, has gotten much better. Increase our offshore efforts, as I mentioned before. New sponsors are coming on board. Talks are already in place with more sponsors in the non-endemic category, which will produce additional revenue for us. On the community side, we've raised an additional $5 million for the Steeple Sailor program and are working on raising another $5 million. Ultimately will allow us to essentially triple the size of the Steeple Sailor program. So those are just some examples of some of the public-facing improvements that are going on. And as I said, it blends with the foundational improvements to allow us to do both simultaneously. Once we get the foundation perfectly set, aspirational, but once we get that taken care of, there will be even more of these to come. So what does this mean for you all? It means for you all that you have a national governing body that understands its mission, that understands it may not have fulfilled that mission previously, that realizes why it may have missed the mark, and is doing what it can to fix those things, to create the foundation, to do the public-facing improvements so that we are the national governing body that all of our stakeholders deserve. All of this means the obvious. More resources, more programs, more benefits, more customer service, more athlete support, and ultimately, of course, just a better national governing body, which is better service to sailors regardless of what type of sailor you are. So I'm happy to have gone under the hood a bit with you all to give you some insight of what we do behind the scenes. It's good that you know what goes on so that you can understand more of what we do and so that we can be better responsive to you. So with that, I'm sure I still have time, and I'm happy to talk about anything and everything that people want to talk about.
Cool. Hey, thanks, Alan. Just before we get to the questions, just to give you guys a outlook of what today is going to be. Before we get to that, let's give Alan a round of applause. First presentation as the new CEO. So we wanted to make sure, and Rich said it best, I think, in terms of this event today, we want to make sure that it's at least 50-50, if not 60-40, listening and presenting. We want to make sure that we listen to everyone and all of our stakeholders. So we have a lot of different ways that questions are going to be asked or posed throughout the day here. And on your tables here, you can see at the very bottom, they're listed those different ways. Going through them very quickly. We do have some questions that came through from registration. Thank you all very much for putting those through. We'll be peppering the panelists throughout the day with those questions. If you are here in person and you don't feel shy, feel free to raise your hand. We have a couple mics extra and runners to be able to bring mics to you and you can ask a question live. If you're feeling a little shy, there are Post-it notes on your tables. Feel free to write down the question for any one of the panels coming up, even if they haven't gone yet. We have easels in the back. Please feel free to put those up there, and we'll be gathering those throughout the breaks and be posing them to the panelists as well. Also, even if the panel is passed already and you have a question and you missed your chance, feel free to put those up there. We're going to be collecting all of the questions and answering them in one way or another after the event as well. Lastly, we do... Lastly, we do have an audience watching on the live stream. So people who are watching through the Starboard portal and live stream, please feel free to put any questions that you have into the chat. We do have Stu Gilfillan, our Director of Education, in the back monitoring those. And if we have questions from the live stream, we will throw it to Stu in the back for those questions from the live stream. So before we get going, I have a couple of questions that came in from the registration that I'll start things off. If you have a question, you feel you want to pose it to Alan here, please feel free to raise your hand, and we'll get to you as we get through some of these. So, Alan, I'm going to start out the first question that I'm actually going to pose to the final panel of the leadership, but you get to answer it now, so we'll skip you at the leadership panel for it. The first question is, how do you define success for U.S. sailing?
Well, so can I go back in the slides? No, that's okay. So it's that puzzle. Our success is being able to serve all aspects of that puzzle so that you don't have to ask us if we serve that. You don't have to complain that we're not serving a particular puzzle piece well. Our job is to serve all of those puzzle pieces. I don't know that we're going to get there right away, because those to do all those the way that the board wants, the way that I've come to learn is critical. I think takes more than we have now, candidly. But I don't think there's any confusion about what our objective is, and I'm certain, to quote Corey, that we're on the path to excellence.
Great. So the second question talks a little bit about that puzzle that you showed beforehand, and we understand that there's a lot of constituents, and you mentioned that we want to serve everyone. So the question is, based on that, how will you prioritize the diverse missions of U.S. sailing between the Olympics, Learn to Sail, diversity, et cetera, and every other constituent that we have? What's the prioritization plan?
Well, it's not easy to prioritize, because what's more important to you may be less important to you, and what's more important to you may be different than what you care about. So we need to focus on all of the things. We also need to be realistic that we may not be able to hit all things on all cylinders right away. What I'd like to see happen is to not lose sight of the broad picture, to understand that our objective is to hit all pieces of the puzzle, and which doesn't necessarily mean that everything gets a 9 out of 10. Every piece of the puzzle gets a 9 out of 10. There may be some years that some take less, but I don't think there will ever be a time that anything should take 0. And ultimately, what happens is when we do our financial planning, which again is why the foundational financial information is so critical, so that we can be intelligent and strategic about what we're doing, is that when we sit down with the board and show them what our revenue looks like and what our expenses look like, the board will ultimately determine the budget, and the budget will dictate where our resources go. So I think if you bring it all together, Josh, what you have is an organization that is smarter and able to be more strategic and more thoughtful in its decision making, which will allow the difficult prioritization choices happen at the board level in the best possible way.
Another question came in that kind of talked about something you just hit on as well in terms of the financial, and I don't want to get too much into nitty gritty or call our CFO up here, but just broadly, the question is, how do you assess the financial planning, as you just talked about, in budgeting, when certain divisions within U.S. Sailing or certain departments are not generating income or are cost centers versus and provide member or association value rather than bringing in income?
Yeah, that question, I understand it, but anybody who's ever been involved in any business know that not every department is a profit center. Anybody ever seen the IT department be a profit center? It just doesn't work that way. They need to exist to serve the greater organization, and I think that if you try to break this down on a department by department basis, A, you're missing the point. B, you're creating infighting between departments when your singular job as an organization, my singular job in the role that I'm in, is to cause that not to happen. So I don't look at each department individually. We look at the budget overall. Each department has its own will have its own objectives revenue-wise to the extent that's appropriate, and each department will have its own objectives expense-wise, and that's appropriate for everybody. And they're going to be managed accordingly. They're going to understand their budget. They're going to, not to go back to the point about financial clarity, they're going to be involved in creating their budget. This is not a budget that's going to be told to them. This is going to be a budget that they are going to help create. They're going to own it. They won't necessarily dictate it, but they will own it. And as a result, they're going to manage their expenses. They're going to manage their revenue. And ultimately, it's our job as a leadership team, Paul, me, Heather, Jill, John, and Andrew, to bring all that together for the good of the organization, so that at the end of the day, as I say, if anyone's seen a spreadsheet, the bottom right-hand number is the one that's important.
And one final question from the registration questions that came in, just shifting gears a little bit. Can you give us a little update on the offshore department, as that's been a department that's been in a little bit of flux with U.S. Sailing?
Sure, except I have to say thank you to Matt Gallagher, because 7 months ago I did not know what offshore meant. I learned a phrase early on, smart people understand complicated things. Really smart people can make complicated things possible so everyone can understand it. So by definition, Matt is a really smart person because he's helped me understand it. So, so that's obviously been something that was a bit of a rude awakening for U.S. sailing, that we weren't well staffed, there wasn't sufficient redundancy, and we weren't providing appropriate service to an important part of our world. That really became clear a couple weeks after I started with some organizational changes. John Pierce, who I know is here somewhere, stepped up big time to play a large role in that, to helping us right the ship. Matt, as I mentioned, a bunch of other people, our partners, ORA, ORC, IRC, everybody stepped up to help us get through this, and that was a challenge. I think ultimately, and listening to people like Matt, like Stan, like Henry, others who are knowledgeable in this area, we've put a plan in place to do sort of several things which will serve the offshore world significantly better. Hiring a replacement person to focus on this, who's one of the experts in the area. Plans in place to hire at least one other full-time person if we can get it through the budget. So rather than having one full-time person dedicated to offshore ratings, we would have two. That's sort of objective number two. Hiring Andrew, who started with us a couple weeks ago, is important too. To have a senior executive helping support offshore, and he also has offshore experience. So right there, if we're able to and we've already accomplished points 1 and point 3, if we're able to accomplish point 2, which is the second ratings officer, we'll have gone from one full-time ratings person to 2.5. So by definition, that'll be better. The second thing that'll make it better, a big point of Stan's early on that became clear to me, another smart person that made it easy for me to understand, was combining the offshore activities with the IT activities. And obviously we didn't want offshore to be seen off to the side. That's not an appropriate way to look at it. We didn't want IT to be seen as off to the other side. Bringing them together, given the natural relationship between the two, I think will go a long way there. So we have that plan in place that everyone's been working on, and we're not out of the woods yet, but we're getting there and feel pretty good about that.
Unless there are any questions from the crowd right now, we're going to let Alan get off the hot seat a little bit. He is back on at the very end in the leadership panel, so if you think of something throughout the day, please don't be shy about it. Either put it up on the easel or just hold it in your head and raise your hand. For those on the live stream, feel free to put it in as well. Stu will be banking those. Alan, I'm going to turn it back over to you for the next introduction.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
So thanks, everybody. So it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. I think the cliche that he needs no introduction is really accurate here. You all know him, given that he's a world-class sailor with more accolades, accomplishments, and awards than I could do justice with today. I have to say, on a personal level, having gotten to know him over the past 6 months, I know him as someone who has jumped in with his heart and soul into U.S. sailing in a way that is inspiring. And we're all fortunate to have him. So I'm pleased to introduce my colleague, my partner, and my friend, Paul Hayward.
Thank you, Al. Good morning. Thank you. I was just going to start by saying, one, it's been fantastic to work with Alan. We met here through the interview process that the board was conducting, and it was sort of like, well, are we going to meet this guy in person, or are we going to do all this on Zoom? And, it was the COVID times, and fortunately we all agreed that it would be great to meet Alan, and we met here in the office up in Bristol, actually, and I think it was pretty quick we were all pretty quick to understand he was the man. And, back to what Alan said, the board, led by Corey, had a lot of courage to do the things that have been done here in the last 18 months. And in particular with Alan, to reach out of the box. It would have been pretty easy to look inside sailing and try to find somebody who ran an America's Cup team or who had some business acumen, but knew our sport really well. And we actually reached out to a guy who I think either had never been sailing before or maybe once or twice in his life. But I think we have enough sailing in this room and in this country to help Alan get up to speed. But what we didn't have was the business acumen and the smarts and the sports savvy that Alan has. And we're all really blessed to have him. And I just want you to know that I'm very, very confident in the situation at U.S. Sailing. As you know, I've been around sailing for all my life, and I've been an observer of U.S. Sailing. And honestly, if 10 or 20 years ago, I would have never seen myself as a U.S. Sailing staff member. But I can honestly tell you, I'm very proud nowadays to hand out my business card to people and tell them that I'm working for U.S. Sailing, and that's, to me, that's a huge evolution. And I think what you're going to hear today in this stakeholder summit is going to enlighten you to that. Our fans and friends who are watching on the live stream are getting that message as well. And slowly but surely the message is going to get out there more from our actions than our words and what we tell you here today. But hopefully today's a little insightful and you have a chance to ask questions. So obviously I'm going to talk a lot about the Olympic. I'm not going to talk a lot. I set myself an alarm, Josh, so if my phone goes off, I'll stop talking. But I'm going to focus on the Olympics, and I am very focused on the Olympic team. That's my focus, just like when I went to the Olympics myself, or when I raced around the world, or when I took on America's Cup teams. It's 100% of my focus. It's 7 days a week. It doesn't matter what day it is or what holiday it is, I'm on. So I do find time to enjoy myself. Don't worry about that. But it doesn't mean it has to be on a weekend or on a holiday. And that's just the nature of competing. You know, to me, once I'm in something, the clock is ticking. Right now it's ticking to Marseille, but it's also ticking towards LA. And so the clock is always ticking, and you can either make something of that minute or you can let it go by. So sometimes the minutes that I got to make use of are on Christmas Day, you know, but that's just the nature of the mindset of a competitor. So I'm going to talk a lot about that, but I just want to say that the path to the podium, you know, that's kind of what we call it. Obviously, we will probably be measured by how many gold medals we win in LA. That's an easy thing to do and point at. But why is this important? Is it important for the gold medals? Or is there a bigger picture here? And the case I'm making is there's a bigger picture here, and it fits in line with everything that Alan has said and everything the board is trying to cultivate, which is we are leading a movement of excellence in our sport. And hopefully the Olympic team, which has the opportunity to represent on the biggest stages in our sport, World Championships, Olympic Games, can be, I don't mean this in an egotistical way, but because we have the stage, the athletes will have the stage, maybe the pointy end of the spear upon which we are all part of. And we're all riding towards excellence. So when we win Olympic medals, first of all, we have built a depth of talent in those classes that goes on to do other things. My first Olympic trials, I finished second in Los Angeles. I went on to have a 30-year career. A guy named John Kostecki was at those trials as well. He was 20 years old. He went on to build a campaign and compete in Korea with our past president, Corey, and get a silver medal, and went on to have a great career. So it isn't just about the 15 athletes that go to the Olympics. Right after that, there's a pyramid of talent, a depth of talent that goes on to race and compete and maybe be in the industry like a Kenny Reed. And so there's that. Then there's the kids in the parking lot walking around, or maybe here at the club, at Connecticut Yacht Club, who get to rub shoulders with Corey Sertle and be inspired and motivated to themselves get involved in sailing. The high school kids at Culver Academy And then there's all of us. And we have something to be proud of. We salute and we're honored that our athletes are doing well. And so we have a bigger association. We have more fans. Maybe we grow the sport. And so we fulfill this circle that is U.S. sailing. So our focus is very narrow because it has to be. We have to be on our weightlifting, we have to be on our nutrition, we have to be on our recovery, we have to know our equipment, but we are part of a bigger picture. And that's the cool thing about what we're building here at U.S. Sailing. I can't do anything without Katie Alley. Oh, there it goes. Good. Yeah, thank you. So the vision is sustained preeminence in Olympic sailing. The mission is to build a program that produces elite athletes who continuously excel in international competition. Josh asked Alan, what's the definition of success? So I'm going to ask myself the question because I want to tell you my definition of success for myself. And that is to build a machine that produces the top competitors, or competitors who are able to compete with the other countries for the podium in Olympic classes year in and year out. So that's 2027. Yes, that's 2028 at the Olympics, but it's also 2029 and 2030 and 2031. So this machine that produces these top-level athletes and all those that finish second and third and fourth, that pyramid, needs to be sustainable in both talent and finance. It does take money to make this wheel go around. So what we're building on the U.S. Olympic sailing team, in conjunction with the U.S. Sailing Foundation, Bill Rue's here in the crowd, a lot of the members are here. I see Glenn Darden, I know Brian Keene's here. What we're building is that machine. And so for me personally, the definition of success is when my time is up, and emotionally, I'll just tell you, if they allow me to be around, I'm emotionally committed to do this certainly through Los Angeles, 7 years, because I think it's going to take that long to build it. In fact, that's probably pretty ambitious. And I mean that we are competing and beating Great Britain. Great Britain built that machine. It took 15 or 20 years. We're going to try to do it in 7 years. Now, we come from a pedigree of being there. When I was on the '84 Olympic team, the worst we did was that Steve Benjamin, some low sailor from the East Coast, got a silver medal. That's the worst we did. We won nothing but silver and gold. Now, that's a record that'll never be replicated, not even by us. I'll stick my neck out that far. But Great Britain won medals in 5 out of 10 classes. Germany and Denmark won medals in 3 classes. So, I expect us in 2028 and 2027 and 2029 to be competing on that level. So that's my definition of success. What are the pillars that we're building this machine on? Elite athleticism. This is a concept that every human being needs to be trained to put on their A game when it counts. Whether you're the CEO of U.S. Sailing, the CEO of Amazon, or a sailor or a golfer, there's a whole set of things you need to do that don't happen on the water. It's not about the outhaul tension. It's about being the best version of yourself. In America, we know this game very, very well. And I had the privilege, when you go to the Olympic Games, you ride in the bus with the girls who are running the 100-meter high hurdles or whatever it is. And I go, oh, what do you do? She goes, well, I stretch for 2 hours, and I warm up for another 45 minutes. Then I run for 11 and a half seconds, and then I sit in an ice bath for 2 hours, and then I eat whatever. I eat a leaf of lettuce, and then I sleep for about a day and a half. Wow. I'm thinking we sail for 5 hours, we get sunburned, we come in, and we're really thirsty, so we drink about 5 beers. Anyway, we're going to have elite athletes. We're working on that. Female skippers. It turns out, and I said this wrong in the board meeting yesterday, I think I said anatomically. I woke up in the middle of the night going, it's not anatomically, it's physiologically. Isn't that right? It's the physicality of it. Anyway, it turns out that it's strategically advantageous to have female skippers the way the Olympics is going. Mixed 470. You're going to have a lighter person on the helm or the lighter person on the wire, as an example. The NACRA. The FX, of course, is both women. The boards. So, and in general, we need to really cultivate our female sailors. So we're working on programs for that. I had some very nice and fun examples. I did a little divergence this summer. I was between Harkin and sailing my, we have a furniture race that I like to do in Michigan every year. I actually own the 1964 gold medal Star, because a mentor of mine, Durwood Knowles from the Bahamas, won the gold in that boat. I bought it, and there's a guy out there in Michigan on Gull Lake, and they started this furniture racing class. So we all have these wood boats that we spent way more money on than my real race boat, which is in Miami. And anyway, I was between there. I went to Culver Academy, made a little speech to the kids there, great sailing team. And their two best sailors are girls. One is Sophie Dolan. I'm not remembering the second girl, but anyway, 17-year-old girls thinking about their college, and they've emailed me, and I'm working with Leandro Spina to help them map out their future, and it's super cool. World-class coaches. Okay, would I be a good coach? Probably not. You know, yeah, I've been to the Olympics, I've been around the planet a couple times, but that doesn't qualify me to be a good coach. There's a lot of skill sets that you need to have to be a good coach. And we are going to upskill our coaches. They need to understand nutrition. They need to understand sports psychology. They need to have an awareness of mental health issues. Not that they should try to coach anybody in mental health, but to refer people. They need to understand the best technologies that are out there for acquiring data, analyzing data, regurgitating the data to the athletes in a way that's usable in a short period of time. So we are going to work hard with the coaching staff. The athlete pipeline is something that we have in place pretty good. We started that about 8 years ago. It was called Project Pipeline. You know it as ODP, Olympic Development. We were, in my days, if someone won the Youth Worlds in a class, it was kind of a big deal in the United States. The Kiwis always won the Youth Worlds. Well, in 2017, 2018, and 2019, the United States of America is the #1 country at under 19 sailing. I don't know how many of you know that, but we were third as a nation, first as a nation, and then third again in those 3 years. So we have created a great pipeline. We're going to double the size of that pipeline, but that's in place. Now, for years, we've lost people to college. I mean, college is great. You got to go to school, get a good education. How many of you guys are college football fans? I mean, today's the day. I guess the real ones aren't here. All right. How much TV money does Michigan generate for their TV rights to the school? $325 million a season. How much time does the Michigan football team train? They're limited, so they lift in the summer. Okay, about 5 months. Train, play. How much time does the Yale sailing team spend training and sailing? 9 months. How much money do they generate? Not much. The point is, why do we have to have these kids sailing around in Club 420s for 9 months to get ready for a national championship in May? And way before my time, this has been a bone we've had to pick with the college sailing. I wrote a little letter after Tokyo. Some of you may have read it, an open letter. I think it was in Scuttlebutt. And anyway, I got some nice emails back from the Zach Leonards, the Franny Charles at MIT, and various coaches saying, hey, how can we help? Boom, open the door. I'll tell you how you can help. Ease up on these kids. Let them go sail on their Olympic boats if they want to. So I'm working on a program that the kids who want to sail Olympic boats will sail their Olympic boats in the fall season. We will organize and build a collegiate Olympic national championship that will take place in Florida in the winters, in their Christmas break. And when they come back to school in the end of January, February, they can go sail around in the FJ or the 420 for 3 months to get ready for the national championship. And I'll tell you what, I'll make the case that the kids who sail the Olympic boats in the fall and then do that will be better than the ones who are just about asleep having sailed the thing for 9 months. Domestic platform. We need to repatriate greatness in America. And that's really close to a phrase that I don't really want to latch on to, but when I was a kid, if I went to a star race in San Diego, well, I was a member of the San Diego Star Fleet, and on the weekend races, it was me, Vince Brune, and Mark Reynolds racing each other every weekend. We need to build that depth of competition in the United States. So to do that, we've started with something called the US Open Series. We used to have a Miami OCR once a year in Florida, right? Well, now we have 6 of them. There's 3 in Florida in January, and there's 3 on the West Coast in the summers. We also have Oak Cliff, which is a great program out here on the Sound, on Long Island Sound, down that way. And they have a great event in October. So the circuit of, let's say, those 7 events is the foundation. It's the boiler room, in Alan's terms, of building strong domestic sailing here. It's useless for these kids who aren't ready to do it to go over to Medemblik. Has anybody, you've heard of Kiel maybe, Kiel Week, and drift around over there for a week with the mosquitoes and finish 47th and spend 20 grand doing it. We need to build that strength here. And we have a great hook, which is that LA's coming. So the world is going to want to come to our turf. What we need to do is build an infrastructure of events underlying that such that people want to come to the United States even beyond LA because we are the center of the universe. Right now, the center of the universe seems to be in Europe, but we need to build a path to have that here in the United States. Technology and engineering. Kind of obvious. I talked a little bit about the software tools that are out there to help train and acquire data and help the learning process, accelerate the learning process. Then, of course, you have the technology of the boats themselves. The NACRA's super high-tech kiteboarding. I'm looking at these kiteboarding kids. They're sailing upwind and 40 apparent, okay? So if you know anything about lift and drag, right? Drag goes up by the square of the speed. And I'm looking at these kids and they're wearing their life jackets hanging out on the side and their pants are baggy and their helmets on sideways. And I'm like, dude, you could probably gain a knot and a half if you looked like a speed skater. Just put a speed skating suit on. So anyway, there's a lot of work to do in technology and in engineering. And guess what? The United States of America is awesome in technology and engineering, right? So the good news is we don't live in Guatemala. We don't live in even Argentina. We have everything you need in the United States of America to be the best in this game. We can win this game. And the knock-on effect of that is, as I said, the inspiration for the kids. Hey, how about, I have a new idea. What if we had an American skipper on the America's Cup boat? We could try that, maybe. Maybe we could get good enough to steer our own boats. New class development. What's really cool about that, the kiteboard thing, so I hung out a lot with the kiteboarders and the radial girls this summer with Anna Tunnicliffe. I'll get to that in a second. But the new classes, the kiteboards, they have a spirit of being together and working as a squad that is unmatched. And I'm so happy about it because the squad mentality is something that we are building in this team. And working together is the only way we're going to raise the bar. Everybody on their own island is not going to work. So we're making a lot of progress there. Obviously, for me, riding around in the coach boat with Anna Tunnicliffe this summer with Charlotte Rose, with all the girls, but Charlotte Rose is one of those girls who won 2 gold medals in those youth worlds I talked about before when we dominated, double gold medalist already. She's 20. That's, you talk about potential for LA, maybe even sooner. Anyway, right? And then her coach is the gold medalist from 2008. It's awesome. More athlete support. So this is where we get into the money thing, but it's kind of a wheel spin to have someone be a bartender on a Saturday night till 2 a.m. and then get up and think about having to go out and either train or race the next day. It's just, you're not going to win like that. You can do it, but you're not going to win. You're not going to beat the Brits who don't have to do that. The Brits have their resource. The kids are focused on their training. They're focused on their sleep. They're focused on their nutrition, and they get the results. Career connections. Another impediment is the anxiety that the athlete has and the parents have about a 22-year-old saying, well, let's see, it's 2022, I could do the Olympics in 2024 maybe, and then another one in my home country in 2028, but that's 6 years, I got to commit 6 years to being basically a professional athlete. And then the parents are like, well, geez, don't you think you should get a job with that Yale University degree we just paid for? So what we need to do, in sailing, it's not a huge sport, but we are, wow, my alarm's already going off, Josh. I'm not even halfway through. Talking about cranking up the anxiety. Where's Josh? There he is. Look, Josh. It's 11:30. No, it's 11:15.
Just work it wrap up. We got a couple questions.
Yeah. So sailing's not huge, but the demographic of sailing is that we have a lot of sea-level people who have boats, motorboats, sailboats, sea-level people in large corporations. So it shouldn't be very hard. We ask for money all the time. I don't, but Bill Rue does. Corey does. But we can also ask people to help us by giving our athletes, which by the way are amazing human beings. I would also put out there that a person who goes to Yale and then goes and tries to go to the Olympics, either does or doesn't, it's a master's degree. You learn the difference between winning and losing. You learn what are you going to do when you get knocked down? You're going to get up and try harder, or are you just going to cave? So there's a lot of great personal traits that are very desirable for companies with high-level athletes. So we're actually, in my opinion, offering them great talent. But the point is we want to start a bank of opportunity. We need a bank of money, but we need a bank of opportunity for our athletes so that they and their parents know that along the way they could have an internship maybe in their area of interest, a couple months here, a couple months there during that 6-year path, that they will have an opportunity for an interview for a job in one of these companies. And this is another way for our community to support what we're doing. All right, let me see if I can do the next 16 slides in 1 minute. All right, summing up, what are we doing? We're going to help more athletes. We're going to give them more support, but we're also going to increase the efficiency. The domestic platform is basically a big way of being efficient, right? I told you. Why should we send someone over to Kiel and spend, ship the boat, spend 10 days over there, spend 20 grand doing it to get 47th? No, that person now, if you're going to go over and win the world, our top athletes are going to travel. But the base needs to train right here. That's the efficiency I'm talking about. Alan said it already. To date, we've raised $23 million for this whole concept. This whole concept was developed in a project that I was involved in with McKinsey Company. Short blurb and shout out to Brian Fox and Clay Bischoff if they're watching. Two great guys, Harvard sailing team. Clay Bischoff, Collegiate Sailor of the Year, I think 1998 at Harvard. I got hooked up with these two guys. I said, guys, we need to make a strategy. How are we going to move the United States back to the top of the podium? Brian and Clay and 9 of their colleagues, some were from foreign countries, worked on a project with me and the team for 6 months, pro bono, and we created a document called Project Pinnacle. It's 54 pages of how to get there. Are we going to follow that to the T? No, but it was a great study. It was a great place to start, and we have raised $23 million for Project Pinnacle to date. We do have a long way to go, though, so if you feel like pulling out your checkbook, please feel free. All right, I'm not going to dwell on this. This is one of those, there's a roadmap. We've ticked some boxes. We've definitely done everything we were supposed to do in April. As you can see, one of the things was bigger than the Olympic program. It was the overall governance of U.S. sailing, the leadership of U.S. sailing. That's very, very important. As I said before, we have a solid team of true professionals at U.S. Sailing right now, and the Olympic program is just one part of that. I'm working on building a base. I'd like us to have a permanent base in Long Beach. Long Beach for the obvious reasons for 2028, but even beyond, it's not a bad place. It's a little more complicated. As you can imagine, dealing with local governments is not easy, but we're working. We have a very good agreement in place, just newly renewed with the U.S. Sailing Center in Miami. So we're going to be souping that up with a full compound of containers, and our friend John Schorndorf has been very instrumental in that. Our treasurer, the minister of the loot, John Schorndorf. All right, I want to say a word about para, a couple words about para. Para, the United States of America has been one of the dominant countries in the Paralympics. Unfortunately, the Paralympics were voted out of the for sailing, were voted out of the 2020 and 2024 Olympics. Hi, Dave Reed. How you doing? I recognize you. I saw you taking a lot of notes. We're working really hard to get the Paralympics back into the games for LA. And Betsy Allison's here. She's the leader of the band. Hi, Betsy. Stand up, Betsy. Everybody should know Betsy. 5 times Rolex Yachtswoman of the Year. Our most decorated woman's female sailor, and great champion for the sport, great champion for the para. And so right now we're in a phase of working with World Sailing to get in a position to put in the application to IOC for the Para Games. I think, yeah. And so between now and Christmas, it's kind of an open period where we're lobbying. There's something called Back the Bid. You can Google it, talk to Betsy. But if you'd like to help support getting the Para back into the Olympics, as we all do, please take an active role and chime in on Back the Bid. All right, our ground zero. I don't want to go through this too much. What I want to tell you is that another thing philosophically is that we need to be a team. The one thing the America's Cups taught me, one of the beautiful things about the America's Cups, especially when you do the America's Cup in a foreign country, is you move the whole team to a location, the families, the whole thing, and you are so together. And so that focus and that camaraderie and that tightness is so powerful. It's one of your biggest strengths. Of course, you're working on your sales and your design and your jibe sets and all, but you're doing it so together that becomes another power. And how together you are is critical. I can tell you it's a big factor in the Around the World race too. As you can imagine, out in the Southern Ocean, there's 10 guys in a shoebox, 10 girls in a shoebox. So in sailing, though, the thing is, it's just too easy that the NACRAs go off on course Charlie and the lasers are on this way, and maybe they're not even in the same country. And so if you're not careful, you can just be this disparate group of people all following a different story, a different path. And yet we have so much in common, and we have so much to share and so much experience to gain from each other. So we're going to have twice a year an all-team camp. The winter one will be in Miami. It's already slated. We're doing it on January 3rd to 10th this year. And the summer one will be in Long Beach. And we're going to do it every year. And we're all going to get together. We're going to be about 80 strong with the sailors. We're going to invite even some of the upper level kids to join in with the Olympians. It's all about building the strength, building the depth. And we're going to have expert speakers come in. We're going to have some of the best coaches in the world, Steve Hunt, James Lyon. We're going to have Paul Beaker come in and give us a talk about hydrodynamics, the guy who designed all the boards and foils for Oracle. We're going to have meteorological study. We're going to have a sports psychologist come. We're going to have a nutritionist come. So we're all working out in the gym together. We're going to all have breakfast together. We're all going to hear something interesting and learn something together. We'll have a little lunch. We'll go sailing. Each class will debrief in their groups because the debriefs are specific. And the next morning, we're going to wake up and do it again. If I had it my way, I'd do it 3 months of the year. But this does cost money, so right now, it'll be a week. Anyway, there's a lot of things going on. I ran out of time about 15 minutes ago, so the last thing I want to say is, I've said this, this is more than an Olympic team thing that I'm doing with Leandro and Luther and Merritt. This is, we need all of us. This has to be a movement. I hope everybody cares about this for the reasons that I said. It's bigger than the 3 or 5 or 6 gold medals we're going to win in LA. It's about getting the United States of America into a stronger position in the world pecking order of sailing. And it's about the inspiration that that'll do for our kids. And about our pride, all of us, even those of us who, I won't sail in the Olympic Games again, but even when I'm 75 or 80 and I'm long gone, it will really make me happy to see the United States of America well represented around the world. So I invite you to join. Before you come up here, thank you.
Paul Caird, everyone. Thanks, Paul.
I'm going to make one presentation.
All yours.
So, sorry, Josh. Lunch is postponed to 3:30. I want to invite Commodore Beale up here. Charlie. Actually, I want to invite Corey up here too. So, this is a flag from Tokyo, signed by the whole team. We didn't win any medals in Tokyo, but this is the beginning. We're starting ground zero. We're building a great team, a great machine. And I gave a flag like this to Culver Academy when I visited the kids there a couple months ago. And I want to give this flag to the Connecticut Yacht Club. You have some Olympians already. Hopefully you're growing many more. And we are super proud of Connecticut Yacht Club and happy to have you part of the team.
Thank you very much. And while it's nowhere near comparable in size, nor does it have any signatures on it, we are thrilled, by the way, to have you here. It's very exciting. We're very proud to host this institution and its important mission, support it in any way we can. And as a little token, here is our CYC Virgin. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Here, Charlie, hold it. That's,
Thank you.
well, thank you, Charlie, Commodore.
You got another presentation?
No, I got this. No, I don't have another presentation. I think
No more slides?
I think the president or the chairman or whatever we call him, the president's going to make a presentation later, but to Charlie. So, thank you, Charlie.
Well, let's stick up here for a second. Paul Caird, everyone. And Paul, you are on a roll. We didn't want to cut you off. Inspiring to the whole organization. But Paul will be back up and the leadership panel at the very end of the day. So if you have any questions, please hold them to that time. I did have one question that came in that you and I talked about before. We just wanted to hit on before we broke. And you talked about it a little bit in your presentation in terms of the need for funding for the team to be able to have success. And I think you and I both know, and some other people know, that it was recently said in a very popular sailing-related newsletter that perhaps maybe the problem is that there's too much money in the sport. So I'd love your thoughts on that.
That's comical. Yeah. I think there's a difference between, I think the point, first of all, I was the person in that conversation with Santiago Lang that was referred to in this article you might have seen in Scuttlebutt, and somebody pontificated that the problem with the U.S. Olympic sailing team is that we have too much money. Meanwhile, obviously Great Britain spends 3 or 4 times the amount of money we have. And it isn't just about the money, by the way. Someone could give you $100 million. Doesn't mean you're going to win. You have to be organized. You have to do the right things. You have to, use the resource the right way. So, but Santi's point to me was, and Santiago Lang, gold medalist in the NACRA in Rio, and he's about my age. We did an America's Cup together. When I won the Star World Championship in '88, I stayed in his mother's home. So I go way back with Santi, and that was one of the beautiful things for me of being in Tokyo, is I was with Santi, with Torben Grail, with Ian Percy, all these guys that I used to compete against in the Olympics, and they're still in the game. So I'm picking their brains, And Santi said to me, Paul, you have a cultural problem, which is your kids are used to having too much. And what he was saying is, he said, in Argentina, the kids, their moms don't drive them to the soccer practice in a mini van with, and then take them out to Chick-fil-A after. And no. We go to this dirt field on the corner. It's not even a soccer field. It's just a dirt lot. We got no shoes. One kid has a ball. We kick the ball around for about 5-10 years, and then out of that comes a Lionel Messi. That's how we make the athletes. And so what he was saying, now, soccer, sure, you need shoes. To be a pro, you're going to spend a couple $100 for sure. Well, an NACRA costs $60,000. We're in a sport that just has equipment, like maybe cycling or rowing. Those rowboats can't be free. So, but what his point was is coddling. And we do coddle. In this country, your parents fill out your application to Yale for you. Your mom drives you to the soccer practice and takes you out to Chick-fil-A after, and if you fall down and scrape your knee, she's right there to pick you up. And that is the distinction between being, a hardened killer, which you have to be to ultimately win. It's a mindset that you are on your own. You're not waiting for someone to pick you up. You will control your own destiny. You will assure your own victory. You will leave no stone unturned. I think that's a Dennis Conner phrase, but that's what he did. Dennis Conner, right out here in my first America's Cup, he was practicing till 7 o'clock at night every night. He was assuring his own victory. That's the point. So it's misguided to say that we have too much money. No, we don't. We need to triple the budget. The budget's about $4 million now. We need to go to $12 million. Are we going to get there in 2022? No. We're going to go halfway, though. We're going to increase the budget by 50% for next year, thanks to all of you and some great donors who believe in Project Pinnacle and where we're going. So we're making a big step next year. We're going to triple the amount of direct athlete support in 2022. We're going to stop them from having to be bartenders. So I think, Josh, that's the difference. It's coddling versus money. And coddling is a cultural thing in the United States compared to some other countries.
Thanks, Paul. One last round of applause for Paul Kayard. So we are running about 15 minutes late right now, which is okay. But we are going to cut this break in half. So instead of 15 minutes, 7 minutes. So feel free to get up, use the bathroom, grab a coffee, water. We'll meet back here at 11:39. 11:39 by my clock. So thank you. 7-minute break, and we'll come back with the volunteerism panel. Crowd, quiet down a little bit. Make your way to your seats. And we are about to start the next panel, the 2021 Stakeholders Summit. This panel is on volunteerism, and it is moderated by U.S. Sailing's Director of Sport Development, John Pierce. John, take it away, bud.
All right. Can you hear me now? All right. Sounds good. Can we get the slides up? Oh, there they are. Perfect. All right. Hey, everybody. This kind of starts off the summit part of the Stakeholder Summit here. This is going to be primarily a Q&A session, so get your questions ready. We have a panel here focused on improving the volunteer experience at U.S. Sailing. And on the panel here, we have Charlie Arms, Secretary of the U.S. Sailing Board of Directors, who's a volunteer. Taryn Teague, who is the chair of the Race Management Committee, also a volunteer. And then a few of our staff members who work very closely with various volunteer committees, including Nancy Mazzulli, our Adult Programs Outreach Coordinator, who's very involved with championships and One Design Racing, and Matt Hill, our Director of Race Administration, who works so closely with our race officials, which is obviously a very large volunteer community. And I'm the moderator, John Pierce, Director of Sport Development. So I'm going to pass it off to Taryn in just a minute here to make some introductory remarks. Oh, sorry, I mean Charlie. Sorry. And then Taryn, if you want to. But first, wanted to thank all of you for your role as volunteers within the sport of sailing. I think it's probably safe to say that everyone in the room wears many hats within the sport. And, you know, sailing has such a great tradition of volunteerism and contribution back to the sport. And we all find ourselves taking on various roles over the years. So give yourselves a hand and, you know, let's celebrate volunteerism for a second. And then specifically, I wanted to thank a lot of the people who are in the room who are playing a big role as volunteers for U.S. Sailing. So if you could just raise your hand when I say your name, just so we can kind of put a name with a face here. So from the board of directors in the room, we have Charlie Arms, Henry Brower, Claire Cooper, Rich Jepson, Katie Pettibone, Brianna Provancha, Tony Ray, Bill Rue, Judge Ryan, John Schoendorf, Corey Sertle, Russ Lucas, and Martine Zarankas. Did I miss any board members? Good. Okay, great. And also from the U.S. Sailing Foundation, we have Bill Rue, Glenn Darden, Brian Keene, and Linda Lundquist Bishop. So thank you to the board and the U.S. Sailing Foundation. Let's give them a little hand if we could. And then also want to highlight some of our committee chairs who are in the room here. Being a U.S. Sailing Committee chair is a big job, and we really rely on them for a ton of leadership. So the chair of the Offshore Committee, Matt Gallagher. The Government Relations Committee, James Muldoon. One Design Class Committee Chair, Chris Snow. And Race Management Committee Chair, Taryn Teague. And did I miss any committee chairs? I hope not. Good. Okay, and then last but not least, various committee members who are here in the room with us. Raise your hand as I go through the list, if you wouldn't mind. Preston Anderson, Jay Baum, Bruce Bingman, Kevin Broom, Patrick Burks, Tom Duggan, Harry Foote, Greg Gilmartin, Fred Hagedorn, Kim Hapgood, Helen Horton, Donald Lawson, Michael Levesque, Mary Malello, Katie Pettibone, and Dawn Riley. So one more time, let's give it up for our committee members. We really appreciate everything you do for us. And with that, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Charlie Arms.
All right. Thanks, John. I just wanted to welcome everyone on behalf of the Board of Directors. I've been on the board for 3 years and just became the secretary. And so I want to thank all the committee chairs that are here that got the survey back to me. And we got involved in the volunteering, looking at what our volunteers want as something that is high on a priority list for the board, the incoming board. Something that Rich Jepson, having dealt with volunteers his whole 20-plus career in U.S. Sailing, we've spent a lot of time in the last 3 years reorganizing the staff, and now we really need to tackle the volunteering. So we want to make volunteering more enjoyable, and we want to have good use of our volunteers so that we're getting all the expertise they have to offer and they're enjoying the experience. So that's why we wanted to make sure this panel was on today. And as John said, unlike the first two panels, we have like 3 slides, and then we really want to hear from you. So if you have questions of us or even just comments, we want to hear. This is a listening session.
Super. And I don't know if Taryn, if you have anything you wanted to add right off the bat, or if you'd wait till later.
Well, I did just want to mention that I heard a few things this morning, first from Alan, leverage the power of sport, and then also from Paul, build a machine. So I'd like to challenge you as sailing and what you already have done to build a machine and build the sport for volunteerism as you move forward. And I'd like to see how powerful that can be.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we do just have a couple of slides, and the print is very small, so I don't expect that you're going to be able to read this. But this is one of the elements of the U.S. Sailing Strategic Plan. It's available on the website, and it features volunteerism as a key aspect of this. I don't know if, Charlie, can I put you on the spot to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so what it says there under committee efficiency, so organizational effectiveness is one of the 3 pillars of our strategic plan. And so under there, we have committee efficiency, because most of our volunteers do operate under some sort of committee structure. And we're talking about volunteers specifically to U.S. Sailing, although we all know we all come from clubs, and if we're racers, there's volunteer race committee and all of that, who are helping the sport, but not necessarily under the exact direction. So under committee efficiency, I'm going to read all of them because it's not just the volunteer part, but clarify and modernize committee structure, volunteer roles, and governance. So we want to make sure that in areas where we now have staff doing part of the job that maybe a volunteer used to do, or a volunteer committee. I mean, we used to have a marketing committee, and now we have a chief marketing officer. So where the organization has evolved, we want to make sure we catch up within the committee structure. And then also define whose job is it to do what, so that people go in knowing what their roles and responsibilities are, which should clarify and improve the communication between staff and volunteers. And then we want to maximize the volunteer enjoyment, effectiveness, and impact. And I kind of already touched on that. Maybe I didn't say it as eloquently, but we want to make it good for both sides, the volunteer and the organization.
Super. Thank you. And then some more fine print here. This is the sort of map of the committee structure to various staff department areas. And I think mapping this in more detail is probably part of the work that's yet to come. You have copies of that on the table if you want to look with a magnifying glass. But you can see that there's a plethora of committees here. I believe there's north of 420 committee members across all of these areas. So this is a small army that really mobilizes for U.S. Sailing in all these different ways. And so that's about all I have to add to that, unless...
It's complicated, right? I mean, this is an exact representation of what we're dealing with. And so, we appreciate that it's complicated. It's not going to just be this easy flow chart. So we wanted to show you just the amount of committees that we have under the 7 staff member people. So just to kind of give you an idea of the animal that we're dealing with.
Super. And then we did receive some questions with people's registration that we wanted to address first, and then we'll go to the crowd and to the live stream for questions that come in. So start thinking of your questions, please. But this is just a common question, and maybe, Charlie, do you want to take this one as well?
Okay. It's going to be the Charlie Arm Show. So there was a question about who's paid and who's volunteer. And to show you how naive I am, I didn't realize that board members in corporate boards are paid. So I was like, wait, well, of course we're volunteers. We're board members. So I come from nonprofits, and nonprofit board members are not paid. So I do look sort of staff-like because I've got my fancy vest and I wore the Oxford shirt as instructed. But when we introduced everyone and everyone was raising their hands today, those were all unpaid volunteers. And so, in addition to not getting paid to be on the board or to be a committee chair, Taryn and I both drove up here from Annapolis, and we have our hotel rooms that we pay for, and it's at our expense, and it's what we're giving back to the sport. So I don't need a huge round of applause that I paid my own hotel room, but we just want to make sure if there's any confusion that the people doing the work, when people say, well, U.S. Sailing, well, there's 50 some staff, and then there's 40,000 other people. So when you say U.S. Sailing, and if you're talking to the board, you're talking to other people just like you and volunteers. And then, so do we want to, the staff, do we want to introduce them?
We don't have the staff ready to be introduced. I could try, but then.
Well, were the committee members ready to raise their hand? Okay, so we do have staff members on that org chart that you have on your table. The lead person is there is a staff member or two sometimes to each committee. So the 50-something committees that we have, each has a staff liaison member who is the support for that committee.
Super. Thank you for answering that first question. I think the next set of questions here has to do with specifically race officials, and the race officiating area is pretty synonymous with volunteerism. So we're sort of looping this all together. So Matt, can you take a stab, and Taryn, at answering these first couple questions? Question one is the one-day certification for race committee ever offered?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that one. And I believe Helen, maybe this question came from you. Am I right? Could you clarify? Is this the? And also that first one you addressed. Great, thank you. All right. So far, the award winner for most questions. Could you clarify? Are you talking about the race officer certification course? That's part of it, and also very curious to know about paid and unpaid. Okay. All right. So the short answer is yes, we offer quite a lot of the one-day race officer certification courses. However, in the last year and a half, we've had to go to remote presentation of that course. So rather than drag people through 8 hours of Zoom presentation, we split it into three evening sessions. And we've done the same thing with other online courses. But the good news is that we are beginning to dip our toe into the in-person training world once again. We're doing it slowly, we're doing it carefully, and we're needing to do a little bit of adjusting of the time frame to accommodate having put all of the curriculum into the online learning management system. So my best answer to that is absolutely, you will soon see a lot more courses on the calendar. Do keep an eye on the calendar for the race official courses, and you'll see them starting to appear pretty quickly right after, or starting up at the beginning of the new year.
All right, thank you, Matt. And the second question in this area was, how do you balance volunteer appreciation with the financial management of the association?
It's a great question, and it's not something, frankly, that we've done very well in the past. And I think everybody who's been a volunteer for us, certainly in the race administration area, recognizes that, and I recognize it as well. I think one of the things that we will be doing shortly, I think this week, is reaching out to our race admin volunteers to ask the question, how can we recognize you in a way that is meaningful and useful to you? Some folks who've been around for a while will remember some other volunteer recognitions that have happened in the past that may not have been quite as successful as U.S. Sailing hoped. We want to find out, we want to understand what kind of recognition is useful to you or would be pleasing. Do we want something that's commemorative, something that's useful? So we'll be asking some questions. We'll hope that volunteers will answer those questions, and then we will find ways to do that. We have certainly committed financially to being able to do that to the best of our ability at this point, and growing that program over the course of the coming years. Taryn, do you want to have anything to add to that?
Well, I just wanted to thank U.S. Sailing for being able to pivot during COVID and offer the funding to put these classes online. So, because I know we had a lot of the race official classes online, and I think that's one way to improve the volunteer experience, which is training the volunteer race officials. I believe we have 700 of them, training them so that they can go out and deliver excellent racing for everyone.
Fantastic. All right. Thanks for tackling those questions. We had a few more questions that came in related to the U.S. Sailing Championships. And as many of you know, the championships have a large volunteer base across many different committees that support the championships, run and physically implement them. I know that there's many of you in the room who have helped run a championship or hosted one at your organization, so thank you. So we just had a few questions associated with the championships that Nancy Mazzulli is going to help us answer. The first question is, would U.S. Sailing consider providing additional benefits to organizations that run U.S. Sailing Championships?
Awesome question. So we are in a great position now to offer our championships GIL apparel for all of our competitors and race officials moving on, starting in 2022. We're also reaching out to other partners, national sponsors, to provide fiscal offsets to our championships. Not sure if that's going to happen for 2022, but certainly moving forward, that is a goal for us. With our new leadership, we're really excited about the opportunities that we can share with our event hosts and our committee chairs. When we receive word from our marketing team on those benefits, we'll provide that to our committee chairs and our hosts. I also want to say thank you to our One Design classes and sailors, because without them, we wouldn't have our championships. And each is very important to the success of those events.
Awesome. Thank you, Nancy. Nancy's on the ground at most, if not all, of our adult sailing championships. And then myself and Catherine Shanahan, Betsy Allison are also heavily involved across the championship areas. Our second question that came in with the registrations is, would U.S. Sailing enter into an agreement with an organization to run multiple championships over several years to the benefit of both organizations?
So we currently have our parasailing committee and championships that run on a 3-year cycle with 3 different events, hosts around the country. We have Chicago, Newport with the Claggett, and then Galveston, Texas. We embed our parasailing championship into each of those existing events or regattas. And so moving that model over to other championships is something that we could certainly look into. We work off of a 3-year planning calendar. Our match racing events have booked out till 2025 already, which is awesome. And then our other events are all secure except for team racing for 2022. So we're looking for to secure that event. We're also looking for an offshore sailing championship chair to move in. Our current one, Chris Clement, is stepping down for various reasons, but we're looking to find someone to fill that spot. So if you know anyone who would be interested, that would be great. We're open to learning different opportunities that can help our events grow. So if you have ideas, we would certainly open up discussions. So reach out to Catherine or myself, and we'll set up a call and see what we can do to make things happen.
And yeah, while on that theme, we are also looking for championship hosts for the youth and junior women's championships for the next few years. So if you're a club or you know of a club that's interested in hosting a championship, please reach out to us and we can work with you on the calendar. And also, if you're interested in joining a committee or serving as a chair of one of the championships committees, the best phone call we get is when someone rings us up and says, hey, how can I help out? I want to fit in somewhere. So if you know someone like that, please let us know, and we're happy to work with you on that. It's really a back and forth and a collaborative effort between the staff and the committees. So with that, we've used up all of our pre-canned questions, and now it's time to go to the crowd. I don't see anything on the chat, so it's going to be up to someone in the room to ask a question about the volunteer experience. Yeah, go ahead, Helen. Wait for the microphone, though, so they can hear you.
thank you so much for allowing us to ask questions when we registered. My third question when I registered was, if I understand it correctly, the board members each have a liaison responsibility with a major committee, which of course the committee is all volunteers. Is that still true? Because Martine was our liaison for 6 years for the RSA committee. And I think, well, Charlie, you can address if you are now. And I'm just wondering, like I said, if the board members each have that responsibility with a major committee.
So I will take that. And yes, I am your new liaison. So big shoes to fill in all that Martine was doing. We have decided to take a look at the board liaison idea. So there are 12 of us or so on the board and 54 committees. That's a lot of board liaisoning. So we think it's something we need to look at. So our first step is to ask the committee chairs. We got some feedback on them for what they thought with their staff liaison and how that was working and suggestions for improvement. The next step will be, how do we communicate what you're doing up to the board level? We are in discussions about the board meetings going in 2022, whether they will be monthly or not. And one idea that we're talking about is the division chairman, or the division chairs. So we used to have a division chair for each working division in U.S. Sailing. For instance, I was the education division chair, and I would report to the board on a quarterly basis. Now the education department is pretty professionalized, so there's fewer committees under the education division, and there was really no reason for me to give a report when the professional staff was giving a report. That's not the case for championships or race admin. So that's one way we might do it, is to have the division chairs sit on or attend committee meetings and then report back to the board on a cycle. So we haven't fully decided it. What we'd like to hear is from the committees. What do you think would work best? I know, Helen, you're on every board meeting. We've got about 24 people that attend the board meetings pretty regularly. What works best for them? So we're in the asking and figuring out stage, and we're open to suggestions.
Awesome. Great question. We have about 10 minutes, so let's keep the questions coming, please. Jane, here. You got it. Go ahead, Heather.
Sorry. So when it comes to hosting events, you use the term club. I don't represent a club. So we're a recreation-based facility, but happy to host events. What is it that you're looking for then from a host facility? We have space, we have waterfront, we have docks.
Fantastic. I'll take this one because Taryn and I actually just got back from the U.S. Youth Championship at Camp Seagull and Seafair in North Carolina, which is also not a club. It's a giant YMCA camp. So what we're looking for really is a venue, water, and a launch facility. Some of the events need more of a infrastructure like, indoor spaces and things like that. Some really don't need much of that, and we can pretty much, come to the table with the bells and whistles that you might need. So you're right to point out that it doesn't have to be at a traditional yacht club environment. Really, any good racing venue is what we're looking for, and then we can figure out how to, fill in the cracks from there.
John, how do they contact you?
Yes, you can contact us directly at championships@ussailing.org via email, or on the website there is a Host a Championships bid form, which if you're ready to go ahead and put in a bid, you can fill out that form. However, you might want to contact us first before getting the bid, because the bid form asks for a lot of details.
Maybe you should let her go out the door.
That's right. Yeah, let's close this deal now. Awesome. Thank you, Jane.
So volunteerism is a big part of community sailing, and I'm sure at many of the yacht clubs and organizations, the local sailing organizations. What are you learning from, and what are you doing to support that kind of thing, non-race related volunteerism at those clubs?
Great question. Charlie?
I'll take it. Well, actually, maybe I should have you because the conversation we had with Alan. Do you want to?
What's very interesting, we had an interview, Charlie and I had an interview this week with one of the Gold Plate sailing clubs, and it happened to be a community sailing center, U.S. Sailing Center of Martin County. And we wanted to interview him to find out what he was doing to make the volunteer experience so fabulous. And when we went on there, I said, oh, it's got to be some software program they're using, or it's got to be, something really expensive that we haven't looked at yet. But we got in there, and it was just hard work it had 3 components. He told us, the first thing is volunteer management. The numbers, getting people assigned into the different spots. And once they're assigned into the different spots, he wanted them to be engaged in those spots, to have fun in those roles. And the next component, and to feel like they were producing something rewarding back. So the volunteer has to get something out of it as they share their passion for volunteerism. The next part, where sometimes we get too busy to address, is the volunteer appreciation. And volunteer appreciation is when you appreciate everyone, essentially. And then it goes like maybe a shirt that fits, not the, I don't know, I have so many men's shirts, I have 3 quilts. But anyway, an appropriate gift, small gift, a token, doesn't have to be much. And I'm going to sort out somebody out on that in just a minute after I finish answering your question. So volunteer appreciation. And the second part of that is recognition. Recognition amongst their peers. So, okay, does that answer what you're looking? So I want to talk a little bit as he kind of tries to slide into his water over there. So, for example, Tom Duggan is amongst us today. And Tom is, we're all giving him a round of applause because, yes, he is on the Race Management Committee, and he also has been the PRO for Tokyo. And he comes back here and he shares it with us again. He's back in the room to share his passion and his knowledge. But I wanted to share with you one of his little tricks one time. Tom always, when he runs the World Sailing Cup down in Miami, Tom always comes back, and we may not have a lot of money, so we may get these little funky gifts or recognition. So it doesn't have to be about the money. I'm sorry, Tom. It doesn't exactly have to be about the money. But one year we had these fancy little tablets. Laura Sigmund from Chicago Yacht Club. We had these fancy little tablets that were trying, you know how it is, you're out in the water, you're trying to input things, you can't see the screen necessarily, and we had to do the scoring on the water. Well, we were just dead by the end of the day, but we got it. I think we got it done. We got it done. Well, anyway, we're on the Fleming 55 for our volunteer party at the end of the week, and we knew this was kind of a slim budget year, but we're all there, and Tom recognizes a number of people, and they get different things. And all of a sudden, he says, wow, we're going to recognize Laura Sigmund and Terrence. So Laura and I go up. And do you know what it was? It was a tablet, like an aspirin tablet. Even though small, to this day, Laura Sigmund has that tablet. She does, doesn't she, Matt? And I continue to keep that little aspirin tablet. And it's something that it was so thoughtful. Doesn't have to be about the money, but in that case, it was about, everybody got a shirt, but in this case, it was about the recognition. So you just have to be clever. It's no magic, right, Charlie? Yeah. There's no magic to having successful volunteers and a successful machine of volunteers. It's just taking the time to be clever, like our PRO Duggan was, to really appreciate everybody on his team.
And I'll add one thing. Alan had asked, the guy at Martin County had said, well, the Skill Up app is so fantastic. wouldn't it be great if we did have some sort of a cool software system that was volunteer management? And I don't know that we've got that in the budget, but I'll put a plug in for the National Sailing Program Symposium. There's generally always one topic that's on volunteering, recruiting volunteers, evaluating volunteers, that type of thing. So it's a little ironic that U.S. Sailing does not have a system when we talk about it at programs, and a lot of our facilities do. And that's a recognition that, hey, we need a system. So we might be a little behind the curve, but we're there now. So NSPS, I'm sure there'll be a session on good volunteering.
Great. Okay, we definitely have time for more questions. We can wait. A little silence, never hurt anybody.
I've got a question for the group here. And I know, all these people volunteer. Why do you volunteer? And maybe a best practice. And I don't want to really pin out anybody, but Ed.
But she will.
But she's staring at you.
What, who, me? It's a kind of a trite but sincere answer. I have gotten so much out of this sport in my life. It's a pleasure to give it back. I think the other thing, you can make a difference. It's hard to make a difference in the world, and be that bit large, small, however, you can make a difference. As I said to somebody else earlier, the problem with these volunteer jobs is they're jobs. But if you approach it that way, you can make a difference, and that feels really good.
Let me add a little bit to that. I got in the business the first time volunteering simply because I saw the jobs that were being done, especially on race committee, weren't being done very well. And I'm a technocrat or whatever, if you want to call it. And it really bothered me that this could be done a lot better. And so I spoke up, and the next thing I knew, somebody said, well, you're making all this noise. Why don't you do it? So the next thing I knew, I was helping to organize and run races long before we had our classes and everything else going. And then somebody said, and I raced one design, still primarily raced one design, and it just looked to me like the handicap side wasn't doing very well. And someone said, well, you think you can do better? Well, here, why don't you try to crunch some numbers? And the next thing I knew, I was talking to Dan Nolan and Jim Teeters and everybody else. But that's how you get into it. And as Ed says, you really can make a difference. And I think that's the satisfaction that I get out of it.
Well said. Josh.
Can I get number 6 up? Oh, great. So I have a quick question for each one of the panelists, if you don't mind answering, and it should be pretty quick. But I know, Charlie and Taryn, you guys volunteer a lot. Nancy and Matt and John, you guys are paid staff members, but you volunteer as well in your free time. So I'd love to hear from each one of you, and I know you all volunteer in different ways, what your favorite way to volunteer for sailing is.
I'll start off. I like to volunteer to run Green Fleet regattas.
I like just being on site and seeing it all come together after a year's full of planning, getting all the pieces together.
I would say on the water. So either judging or umpiring, or even on the Markset boats. I think I feel like I do an okay job at the desk and that type of thing, but that's what I enjoy, is being out on the water.
Well, in the last month, I've enjoyed calling the starting line for a 100-boat start world championship.
And like Taryn, I think the most fun I have is being out on the water, setting up a race course, running races, and getting the satisfaction of providing good racing for sailors.
Any more questions from the crowd or from the chat? Or Dave?
It's sort of a question or something I've been thinking about recently. Look at the average age of everybody here, and the volunteerism, and the one thing you always hear is to give back. But is there an effort in U.S. Sailing to tap this wide youth audience that we coddle and we serve to activate them to give forward at the volunteerism level?
It's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know at the staff level if you guys have talked about it. Last weekend I umpired down at St. Mary's College, a high school event, and I had college undergrads and grads working with me, and it was awesome, and they were totally into it. And so I talked to a couple of them about getting more into umpiring, and you don't have to wait till you're 50 to become a judge. So it was really exciting, and we were talking about maybe going down and doing a judge seminar or an umpire seminar in the winter, where the kids aren't on the water. So I know the college sailing, we're talking about getting them involved in the Olympics and other things, but for every A skipper, there's somebody on the JV team or B team, and it's a way. I haven't gotten to the Olympics, but I've gotten to World Championships in an umpire boat. So there's good ways to be involved and get to do fun things. So I know for sure the race officials are talking about trying to get younger people, but I don't know, youth guy.
Yeah. If I could just expand on that, I mean, I think we're aware in the race admin department that is the untapped market or the untapped source of volunteers, and we're also aware that there are certain challenges in getting young people, particularly people freshly out of college, into the race official business, time and priorities among them. But we have talked about and now need to really act on finding ways to provide young people at college age and beyond opportunities to come out and volunteer and become part of the program. I see Dawn over there.
Nick Cromwell. Back in the day, you used to have ladder events to get to the championships. Has U.S. Sailing looked at revitalizing the ladder events in the different areas for some of these championship events to try to push down some competition at the grassroots level?
Yeah, so the Chubb Junior Champs is still a ladder event, and not on the youth side. That's the only ladder event that's still active. I'm not sure on the adult side. The U.S. Adult Champs is a bit of a ladder event, right?
Right, and that needs a little bit of overhauling to review how the teams are going to be pulled moving forward, but that's another discussion. That's the only event that we would have ladder events for.
But I think, like philosophically speaking, and then I'll go to you next, Bruce. The philosophy of bringing bigger groups of sailors together is something that we've been talking about, rather than some of the event formats tend to divide into smaller groups. And so weighing those two options, because having that carrot of something to qualify for and move on is great. But if you look especially at the youth calendar, it is extremely overburdened with things you have to qualify to move on with, and every weekend is really stacked up. So it's a bit of a balancing act of, what's the goal. And I think we're looking at kind of like, how do you aggregate larger groups of people to build like critical mass? Bruce, I don't know if you had an answer for that.
Oh, I was just going to say this year, for the first time in several years, we actually had to have some sail-offs for the offshore championship. Several of the areas had a number of applicants and ended up running some sail-offs on that. So the concept of the ladder event still exists. It's just that you got to have the people that want to do it, and of course it works best for where you have a single team coming from an area.
We also have the match racing series that has qualifying events leading up to that championship. So we do have them. Some of our other events do not.
So I'll just go back to the how to get younger people, and the simplest way to get younger people on the umpire boats and on the race committee boats is to clearly explain that it will help them in their race winning, because they will understand what those crazy people with the flags are doing and those mean umpires are thinking.
Right, I think, and that is one of the cases we make. I think any sailor who understands what the race committee and the umpires are doing on the race course is going to be a better competitive sailor, no doubt.
Yeah, and Dawn, that's exactly why I went to my first umpire seminar. Was I was match racing, and it's like, what are they thinking? So, and I just got back. I got to do Kiel in Germany, and so there was a bunch of international judges there, and I would say the majority of them were younger than me. So I'm mid-50s, and these are international judges, some of them in their 30s. And one big thing, and it would be a sea change here, is that their travel is paid for. And there is even stipends. So when we talked about who gets paid, Helen, and who doesn't, 99 times out of 100, every umpire or judge or race official at an event has paid their own way to get there. And so that's something that, if we're asking college kids or post-college kids to go across the country to participate, we might need to figure out a way to help there. So that might be something we need to talk about.
First, to echo what was just said, I got my start in being a volunteer race official because I was walking the docks at the local yacht club trying to crew. And race committee, after all the boats left, said, "Oh, you can come with us." And then I learned everything I know about racing, basically, from the race official side, that the few times I've gotten to go racing so far have definitely helped. More of a question for you guys, though. On the getting new people involved, though, as well, how much of the training do you think should be directly for a certification versus to get more qualified people on the water who don't necessarily have the time off the water to go through the entire process?
Well, I can start with that one. I think it's a great question. Not everybody who comes through and has an interest in volunteering around racing wants to be the race officer or the chief judge at an event. And we recognize that one of the courses that we have developed and unfortunately we're not able to put out on into the market because it got ready just about the time COVID shut everything down was one we call Race Committee Fundamentals. The purpose of Race Committee Fundamentals is to train volunteers to be good race committee volunteers, not to be race officers, chief judges, or umpires. So we touch on the fundamentals of being a race committee volunteer. What do the flags mean? What do the sounds mean? What are your jobs if you're on a mark boat? And I think that's one way we're looking to address that. And I'd certainly be interested to hear if there are other suggestions based on your experience in local sailing organizations that we should also address that.
We got one other question over here, and then we're going to break for lunch. But new president Rich Jepson has a question.
Well, actually, I lied. I have a comment. Just regarding the question that you asked, Jay, I think this applies to both that question and the getting younger question. And I think if you talk to community sailing leaders, they're much further ahead on the getting younger part, and they're much further ahead in promoting volunteerism. I'm a yacht club member, a very proud one, but I cut my teeth on public access sailing, and I can tell you it's the few public access sailing folks that are in the room here today will agree that much younger volunteers than at yacht clubs or out on the race course. And there's a lot that private clubs can learn from them in terms of cultivating their youth talent to give back to their organizations.
Thanks, Rich. With that, we are going to break for a little late lunch, but before we do so, thank you to Matt Hill, Taryn T, Charlie Arms, Nancy Mazzulli, and our moderator, John Pierce. So we are about 10 minutes past time right now. We're going to break for lunch, but we're going to get right back on schedule. So 1 p.m., we're going to start up with the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion panel. Happy lunch, everyone. 2021 U.S. Sailing Stakeholder Summit. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Thank you very much to Connecticut Yacht Club for supplying us with those beautiful lunches. Before we get going, I want to reintroduce our current U.S. Sailing President, Rich Jepson, for a quick presentation.
Thank you, Josh. Hello, everyone. So this is with my yacht club hat on, not my president club or president's hat. We're doing the ceremonial exchanging of burgees between our hosts, Connecticut Yacht Club, and my club back in San Francisco, St. Francis. But first, on behalf of U.S. Sailing, I want to deeply thank you for hosting us. This space is just perfect for what we wanted, and it's a comfortable, warm, welcoming place, and I can see why Corey treasures it so much. So if you can hold that, Charles, just on the tip there. Here you go. Okay. Pretend I like him. All right.
Thank you. And if I could just say how excited we are to have you. In fact, I'm so excited that I jumped the gun and gave the burgee to Paul earlier, but he was nice enough to give it back, and I'm happy to present it to you. We're so happy to support the mission, the important mission of U.S. Sailing, and to have everybody here. And we hope to see you again in the future. And the best of luck to you, Richard. And here's our CYC burgee. Whoops.
Excellent.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you, sir. All right. And hand that to Josh. Oh, no. Right. Okay. There we go. This will go up. Place of honor at St. Francis, I promise. All right. All righty. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because I ran a public access sailing school for many years, and I ran it in a urban area, we had a much more diverse client base than you find at your average yacht club, but it still didn't nearly reflect the demography in the San Francisco Bay Area, and it was still a very white and very male sport for us as well as other places in the Bay Area. So that's long been a sort of unrealized goal of mine, to have sailing better reflect how America looks. And things that have happened in recent years have driven home the importance of that just throughout our entire society. But this is our little part of the world, and I'm hopeful that all of you can find a way to make our sport a little bit friendlier and more inclusive to groups that have previously been underrepresented. So I want it because it's the right thing to do, but more importantly, I want it because U.S. sailing and the sport itself is stronger with more boats on the line. And the financial resources that Alan talked about in terms of realizing our mission and fulfilling our responsibilities to the sport and to all of you happens with more members and more volunteers and more sailors buying sails and buying boats and joining yacht clubs. So that's one of the passions of mine that you're going to hear a lot about over and over again throughout my presidency is getting more women into the sport, making sure there's a comfortable place for folk that are differently abled, and making sure that no matter who you love or the color of your skin or where you're from, that sailing is welcoming and fun. So with that soapbox speech, I'm going to turn this over to Jay Baum, who's on our DEI committee and is also in public access sailing as a volunteer, and he'll moderate our panel today. So start thinking of your questions. Thanks.
All right, well, think we're going to start with Betsy, actually.
Okay. Thanks for that, Rich. I'm not actually Jay, but I am Betsy, and most people know me. But anyway, I'm just going to take a moment or two and introduce our panelists today and then hand the mic over to Jay. So, Jay, can you just change to the next slide, please?
Sorry.
So today we have on our panel Captain Donald Lawson. Don, you want to raise your hand? Donald is a professional sailor. He's a motivational speaker. He's a DEI advocate. He's a member of our U.S. Sailing DEI committee, and he is striving to be the first nonstop round-the-world sailor trying to set a record as an African American. So he's got some pretty big things going on, and he is planning on sailing in the next Vendée Globe in one of the 60-footers. So Donald is very welcome to be on this panel. Secondly, we have Preston Anderson, and Preston is from the Intercollegiate Sailing Association. He's on their TIDE group, which is the Inclusivity, Diversity, and Equity Task Force that is working within college sailing to broaden understanding and knowledge of DEI issues. And Preston spent this past, I don't know, when was it, spring? No, summer? Anyway, Preston was our first full-time DEI intern who worked with U.S. Sailing on looking at other NGBs to see what they were doing from a DEI standpoint, and also to work with us on coordinating what college sailing is doing with the activities that U.S. Sailing is doing. Thirdly, we have Patrick Burks. Patrick is a board member and founder of the Rainbow Races. I put regattas here, but the Rainbow Races. And those are a series of races in the Chicago area right now, but are going to be broadened and hopefully grow across the United States. And that's connecting the LGBTQ community and its allies through the sport of sailing and other events. So we're really happy to have Patrick with us. And then for those of you who don't know me, my name is Betsy Allison. I'm the Director of Adult Programs at U.S. Sailing. I'm the DEI Committee Staff Liaison, and I spent the better part of 20 years coaching our Paralympic sailors. Plus, I'm a female, so I'm bringing that demographic to the table here. And then lastly, there's actually two other people I want to recognize. One is our board liaison. That's Brianna Provancha. And Bree comes to all our DEI committee meetings, which we hold once a month. Right now, our committee is about 8 strong, and we've got a lot of subcommittee members, but we can go into that later. And then also, I want to recognize Jay Baum. Jay Baum, as Rich mentioned, comes from Hudson River Community Sailing. He's an educator. He is, I wrote little notes here. A big DEI advocate. He has worked with Hudson River Community Sailing not only on their veterans programming, but they have a program for high school students. They partner with 10 New York City Title I public schools and use sailing as a training vehicle for leadership and academic skills. So they bring in a lot of students from underserved communities into the sport of sailing. So on that note, I'm going to turn it over to you, Jay.
All right. So first, the big question, what is it we're trying to accomplish? What is DEI? Diversity includes many facets that make up the individual's identity. And you can read the slides, but the idea is that we want to make sure that people feel welcomed and that diversity recognizes all of those various ways we identify ourselves. Equity is the fair treatment, access, and opportunity and advancement for all people. So again, we want to make sure people feel that they've got a place at the table and the ability to approach it without judgment. And finally, inclusion is making sure through practice and policy that there truly is equal access and equal opportunity, that we recognize that where there are challenges in the way we've approached a lot of things in a lot of various facets in this country, and we want to make sure that again people are finding that they get to join in with everybody else in this great sport. So examples of that. Well, one of the things that we've done in the last year is we wanted to build a document that we call the pillars that acts as a blueprint and a guide for the next several years for what we might accomplish at U.S. Sailing, leading the sport. So the first pillar is just a basic review, a little reflection on the way we run and the way U.S. Sailing is run at the staff level, at the board level, and at the committee level. And it's just that. It's looking at policies and documents, looking at the language that's used, making sure that things are gender neutral. I was talking with the new head of HR, Renee, and she was talking about things like we haven't always used an equal opportunity statement in our job postings. Basic standard practices that maybe were skipped over or missed until recently. Our second pillar, to recruit and retain. Again, this is to look at the board and the staff, and maybe we notice that there's a theme going on with our board and our staff, and maybe over time we should be trying to attract and retain a diverse range of individuals to U.S. Sailing to create an environment in which people feel that they can thrive and grow and that they're represented and that recognizes those differences and can reach out better, perhaps, to this diverse community. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to
Betsy.
Betsy.
So anyway, our third pillar, and I just want to credit Lou Sandoval from Chicago. Many of you know Lou, and he is super passionate about DEI. He was the leader on this DEI project. And just so you all know, these 6 pillars that we're presenting to you were presented to the U.S. Sailing Board of Directors and accepted in principle. And now it's up to the staff to start implementing some of the granular details of them. So I wanted to let you know this is in process right now, and it's a really exciting time. So pillar number 3 deals with equity, inclusion and equity. And we all know that this sport needs to grow in different areas, be it in female demographics, in racial diversity, in people with altered abilities, veteran participations. There are so many underserved groups currently within our sport, and we want to do a better job of that. We also want to recognize best practices that some of our member organizations are already doing, and we want to be able to share that. We want to make sure that our publications and videos that come out reflect demographic diversity. So that's one big part of what we're trying to do. Pillar number 4 really deals with community engagement and corporate partnerships. There's no reason why we shouldn't be leveraging our U.S. Sailing brand and voice to be more inclusive, to recognize companies and engage partners that reflect that diversity and that may be minority-owned businesses. So we're going to start looking outside of what we've been doing to improve our practices and to also do outreach outside of our typical sailing channels to reach underserved communities. We've been doing a good job of that with the Seabold Sailors program, but we need to do more. And whether it's in inviting people from, the Black Lawyers Association in your neighborhood to come down and experience your yacht club environment or your sailing program, or reaching out to the LGBTQ community to come and participate and be part of what you're doing, there's a lot of great stuff that can happen with community engagement and our community partnerships. And then I'm going to pass the mic to Don.
Yeah, thank you. Branding and messaging is important for U.S. Sailing, and I guess everyone, to understand how you present yourselves, how people are going to treat you. And U.S. Sailing has, over the last couple of years, started presenting itself as an inclusive, open organization. And I think that's been really important, because if people don't see materials and see themselves in imagery, they're not going to feel like they're welcome there. And so I personally loved the annual report that came out about a week ago, I think it was. And the images inside of it spoke volumes about how U.S. Sailing is trying to be inclusive and already is inclusive. The second thing is organizational culture. And so this one's a little tougher, because the culture of organization is all of us. how we feel in our hearts, how we treat each other, is the culture. And so, what it comes down to, we would like to hope that the pillars become not necessarily a guideline for the future, but become ingrained in how we operate. So, I'll stop there for the time being.
You know, it came up recently on I think it was a DEI call where we were talking about things that as a culture we can start to do that included something as simple as on the many Zoom calls that we all participate in, when you have your name there, including things like your gender pronouns, and including gender pronouns in your signature at the end of your emails. And while many of us may look at that and go, I've never done that before, right? We spend a lot of time saying we've never done that before until we stop saying that, right? We've never done that before. Why do I need to do that? Well, you know your gender pronouns. You're comfortable with your gender pronoun, right? You know, you've always been she or you've always been him. Make it clear, right, that it doesn't bother you when somebody tells you that. And an easy way to do that would be, you know, that sort of thing. And that's the kind of thing, I don't want to, you know, get whiny about it. That's just an example of the sort of things that we're starting to suggest as an opportunity for, you know, changing organizational culture. So with that, I am pushing the wrong button. No, wait, I really didn't think I was.
No, I think that was the last. Yeah.
Oh, that was the last slide.
Last
oh,
one.
I thought the questions were on this. So, all right. So we have questions. I thought the questions were going to pop up.
Yeah.
All right. So. I am going to talk about a couple of practices and things that we
you see,
already engaged.
we're a pretty close committee.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So some of the best practices to give you a sense of the things that we've already accomplished, which is not as much as we would like, but it's not nothing. For example, the Sailing Hall of Fame.
Yeah. So we have subcommittees inside the committee itself, because we have 8 strong, but we have a bunch of other folks who help out. And one of the projects that we wanted to focus on, and Cruising World Magazine put an article out this summer about the lack of diversity in the Hall of Fame. They didn't know at the time that we had already been working on that. And there's a couple of people here from the Hall of Fame that know this already. But for those who don't know, we started working on this about a year and a half ago. And one of the goals was to honor those who earned the right to be honored, not because of their culture, but because of what they've done. And this class just went in about a month and a half ago, was most diverse ever. And so if you get a chance to check it out, go onto the website, take a look at the induction ceremony. Captain Bill Pinckney was the keynote speaker for Lifetime Achievement. And so he gave a great speech. I think it would be good just to realize that there are tons of minority sailing clubs in this country. And a lot of folks don't know that. But there's like I'm part of another one in Baltimore called USC that's been around for 20 years. This was the 20th anniversary last month. And so there are people out there doing things, but if U.S. Sailing does not reach out to include them, you know, U.S. Sailing is really missing out in that respect. So.
Okay. Of course, the Pillar document itself is one of our big efforts in the last year. And just the photo library, and here are a couple of good examples. We've got a photo library, which we're starting to build some diversity within the library. Didn't have very much of that at all before. So, and then I know there was something else. Oh, there's been an update to the website that makes us more accessible to local sailing organizations. We've been getting questions through this, essentially a DEI hotline, asking what we can do at the local level, and we've been able to stay in touch with some of the constituents that way. So, on to the questions. Okay, I'm going to start with the last one first. Somebody asked today. I wonder why. They said, "What are we doing, or what should be done, or what can be done when people are using girls instead of women when talking about adult women?" And what might be the response for an organization for people to deal with that? One thing that I can say I've been comfortable doing is pointing that out to people who are, describing the men that they've been teaching, maybe the boys that they've been teaching also, and the girl. So I'll pull somebody aside and say, I'm not sure if you're aware that you're using this language. We get used to the language that we use. We don't think about it. Just think about it. Talk to the people that you're talking about and ask them how they would like to be addressed or referred to, right? And if you're talking about somebody who's 17, maybe she's fine being called a girl. I suspect when they're 20, probably not. And I don't know, but I don't want to be a scold. Go and talk to people and see whether they're comfortable with the way you're referring to them. So that's the sort of thing that we might be able to do to help change the mindset and the way we refer to people and make them feel more welcomed. So, one example. Yes. Oh. Nope. All right. All right. I'm just going to go through the list. Now, if anybody wants to preempt me and raise a hand, if anybody wants to preempt me in the room, or if we get something else that comes in, probably better than my just going through the list. But yes? Do we have? Yes. Jane, we're going to get you a microphone. One's coming up.
Hi. So I was wondering if you could explain the difference between equity and equality, because I'm finding in different circles a lot of people don't know the difference.
I was going to say no. I'm happy to answer that I can't do that, but
So I saw a meme that I wish I could put on the screen right now, where equality really is where everyone has kind of like the same steps. So picture a fence in front of you, right? And this is actually the meme I have on my phone, so I can't pull it up. But picture a fence, and you're watching a baseball game, and you're 5'10". You can see over the fence, and the person next to you is 4'2", and they can't see over the fence. And the person's like 2 foot, and they can't see over the fence either. That's equality. Everyone's standing on the same plateau, but they can't see the same opportunities, see the same thing. Equity is where you say, okay, you're 5'11". You don't need the stand you're standing on. So hand that to the person who does need the stand, help them be able to see the game at the same time. So it's about creating opportunity. You have to intentionally do things to help those who are less fortunate. And I think sometimes it's contrary to our nature to want to give up something that you may not need, that someone else does need to make things work. So hopefully that was good. Oh, yeah, so hopefully that was good. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. It was more for the room than myself, but thank you.
It's good. Thank you. Thank you for bringing it up. Right. So this is a good point. We don't treating everybody equally. It is going to be a challenge, right? But treating everybody fairly is an entirely different challenge. That's all. All right. Some of the questions from the list that came in with registration. So, Siebel Sailors focuses on. I keep doing that. It's Siebel Sailors focuses on democratizing youth sailing by supporting community sailing efforts. What is U.S. Sailing doing to support diversity among adult sailors?
That's a tricky question because it really depends on the environment that you find yourselves in. I mean, to be honest, there are a lot of community-based sailing programs, that Rich was referring to, that are already embracing people from different areas and cultures and different socioeconomic backgrounds. I think that point of access exists, and it may not be as commonplace around the United States as we would like it to be, just because there are a finite number of community sailing programs now, but that's where we see the biggest growth potential in the United States. It's rare to see a yacht club forming these days. There are a lot of very established ones, but the growth is happening at community sailing. And I think we're seeing that within adult sailing with sailing schools. Sailing schools tend to be they don't, sailing schools themselves don't see color, don't see, they're taking people who are novices for the most part and blending them into and introducing them to the sport of sailing. So I think that's a big part of what we are and what we can do to bring a more diverse population into it. So we don't have any funded programs like the Seabold Sailors program for adult sailing at this point in time. It doesn't mean that it couldn't happen as we go down the road, but we certainly want to learn best practices from everybody that's out there, what you're doing, so that we can pass those resources on to other clubs and organizations that want to do more outreach and get more people from diverse backgrounds involved.
And another example is, and you brought it up earlier when you're talking about reaching out to the local Black Attorneys Association or Hispanic Doctors Association. This is a technique that Karen Harris, our chair, has used and talked about in the past. And it's, what are we doing on the panel, and what is the U.S. Sailing doing, making answers like this available? When local sailing organizations say, we're not looking to give away memberships, Karen is very quick to point out, you don't have to give away a membership to a doctor or to an attorney. You just have to stop advertising to all of the same people that you've always been advertising to. If you've got a lovely clubhouse like this, and you know that organizations hold their own monthly association meetings, and you're looking for new members, because who isn't looking for new members, just to invite them in and say, you can have your Thursday night meeting, in our location, but we'd like 5 minutes on the podium so that we can talk about membership opportunities. That is a way of reaching out to a community.
So I just want to know from Preston, we're talking high school, kids coming from high school going into college sailing. You've got a wealth of sailors in college sailing. How can we as a community leverage what sailors are doing in college and get them involved in more aspects of adult sailing in the United States?
So it's interesting, just as I think about this now, earlier today we were talking about volunteerism and getting involved with umpiring, and I know there's a movement within NISA, at least that's the conference that my team's a part of, is we want our alumni to come back and umpire our events. So possibly kind of forming a link to be able to have more college alumni, and building a database or a contact to get those alumni umpiring is another way.
What's the next step for you guys when you're leaving college to get engaged with the local community sailing centers and yacht clubs and whatnot? What's the next step for you guys? Because, there's a lot of adults here in the room and a lot of club members and whatnot. How do we better embrace, you guys coming out of college now?
I think we need to know what's out there. A lot of sailors, want to stay involved with the sport, but don't know how. There's, unless you've been a part of the sport for a long time, just making sure people know that there are beer can races that you can be a part of, or, getting on crew lists for offshore events, just making sure that we understand ways, easy access to getting onto, post-college events.
One other opportunity that we've taken pretty good advantage of through the committee is helping to populate some of the Starboard Portal discussion groups, right? So we've seen those panels. There have been any number of them on diversity. I think our next opportunity is to move from panels on diversity to diverse panels. I think we've I don't want to say we've had enough of. That's not quite where I'm going with it, but I think we've got many conversations. I've seen many conversations about ethnic diversity and how you bring that in. But I think one of the things that we can model, and I'm hoping to see that more of that in the future, is a race panel that is not all white, right? Simple as that, right? And there's, it's U.S. Sailing. We're going to have plenty more the Starboard Portal videos about racing and about the rules of racing and about sail trim and about, right? But it seems like, again, there's a common theme to who gets invited to those to most of those panels. So I think there's an opportunity there to adjust over the next year. All right. Next question is, I'm just looking around the room before I do that. U.S. Sailing has supported adaptive sailing through the Paralympics and more recently through the adaptive sailing instructor certification. What is U.S. Sailing doing to nudge or even advertise to members of organizations to put accessibility on their agenda?
Well, that's a really great question, and it's something I've been involved with for quite some time, as well as I'm going to give a shout out to Judy McLennan in the back. The Claggett Clinic and Regatta is an event that's been going on for 20 years now, and it has been doing, Judy and her committee and team has been doing a great job of embracing parasailors, sailors with altered abilities. We have everything from physical disabilities to blind sailors and everything in between, and they work very closely with their able-bodied counterparts to build skill, and that's really what this is all about, is an inclusive community and environment. It's not an us versus them and whatnot. One of the things that we've seen a lot of growth in recent years is the growth of participation by people in adaptive instructor workshops. This year we had 42 people take our adaptive workshops so that they could offer and be better prepared to help sailors with challenges and disabilities learn how to sail better, and at the introductory stages, what you can do to help assist. And we've publicized it out through various channels, on our website, through conversations, through the quarter deck and whatnot. And I think the biggest challenge that we have faced is people not believing that their facility can handle and accommodate people with disabilities. And we encourage people to say, do what you can. If you don't have a very physically accessible facility, you might want to just start working with people with vision impairments. Or you might want to work with kids, your junior program with kids with autism. And a lot of families, 1 out of every 6 families has a person or persons in their family that has a disability. So it's far more commonplace than we recognize, yet, we don't embrace it on a level that we should or could. So we welcome people to get involved, in clubs to get involved, in community sailing programs to get involved with adaptive sailing. Start small, grow from there. But we definitely have people and resources that can help you help yourselves, as we go forward. And you will note that if you've ever seen our Paralympians, many of them are wheelchair users or amputees. They're sailing in open competitions all the time against able-bodied sailors every weekend out on the water. And I would encourage you, when you do run into some of those sailors, have a conversation with them. It's not really that scary. It's just intimidating when you're not used to it. But they're some of the coolest people in the world. And I think if we don't embrace our disabled sailors and their family members, and if you think many of your own club members and organization members age and start having strokes or having mobility issues, that's going to be us one day. So if we can set ourselves up in a good space, I think the organization's going to be better for it.
I do have a question. I hate that cut in front of you, but back the bid for is it Paris or Los Angeles? Can you tell us more about that? Ellie, can you tell us about that real quick?
Yeah, and as Paul mentioned, we were removed from the slate of events for not having enough countries that actively and regularly participated in parasailing. Well, IPC wanted 32 countries. They recognized 28, and I'm happy to say, working with World Sailing, we've gotten up to over 40 countries that are participating in parasailing, and we will be putting forward that application shortly. One of the things that sailing has struggled with, although just recently the IOC recognized Tokyo 2020 for sailing as the gold medal for media coverage, which was fantastic for the sport of sailing. What we're trying to do in parasailing is get that buzz going out and getting the media, whether it's through social media, whether it's through print communications, getting parasailing on the tip of the tongue of as many people as we can out there. And Back the Bid is a social media campaign where we love to have people, and Preston can show you what ICSA has done on his phone at a break, but it's taking a picture of yourself holding the hashtag Back the Bid, Sail to LA 2028, and posting on your social media channels and getting your kids in your sailing programs and club members to do that, because the more we get it out, the stronger the bid's going to be. And this is not happening just in the United States, it's happening worldwide right now. And it's pretty exciting to see the buzz that's going on.
And just to continue what you were saying about, we are all minute by minute an aging population, and I sail with a veterans group at Hudson River Community Sailing, and it skews older, although we have some younger veterans as well. And there are certainly days when on my boat, the median number of working knees is something under 1 per person. And just knowing, I'm going to remember that line. Got to laugh. And there are definitely techniques that we've figured out. How to, do we have to switch sides on every tack? Is it enough? Maybe it's enough that the rest of the boat switches sides and the helmsperson doesn't. The timing of switching sides. Is it okay to stall the boat for a moment in the middle of attack as long as you still got momentum? While it's level, everybody has that extra few seconds. Do you call out? Is everybody seated before you continue? But little things like that are part of it. And I think there's probably room to learn just from the casual sailor versus the Paralympic sailor or the parasailor, how we might be able to benefit each other. And I think those are things that we can do at the adult level that's a little different. I saw Stuart's got a question coming in.
Thank you, Jay. We have a question from the live stream here from Teresa Davis, who asked, she said, Camp Seagull asked for a list of sailing organizations by location so they can give graduates a list of local sailing organizations to continue their interest in sailing. Does U.S. Sailing have anything like this?
Are we talking about for parasailing, or are we talking about
I think it's more of a general question about giving people on-ramps, but I think you could also target it in that space too.
It's a tricky question. We have lists of places to sail that we can connect people to. We have learn to sail locations. We have first sail locations that are all lists that exist on the U.S. Sailing website, as well as clubs and organizations, whether they are community sailing programs. We have lists of community sailing programs. So yes, we can direct people. Whether we have print lists that we circulate, no, it's something we could do, and we update all the time. But I would suggest that all of our Find a Place to Sail, we try to update fairly frequently to make sure that it is accessible and that that those lists are updated.
Would it also be possible to add to your list the demographics that each local sailing organization is very specific to reaching out to?
That's a database question. To be honest, in our system right now, I'm not sure that those fields are available, but I do know that U.S. Sailing as a whole is looking at a new database member management system, and I think within that we should be able to accommodate more than we currently do. So is there room for growth? Absolutely. Could we do better? Yes. And I think it's an opportunity, as Alan mentioned earlier today. We have to look at what currently exists and what we can grow from, and it's this type of input that makes it easier for us to serve our membership better and do a better job. So, I would be lying to say that everything is perfect, but I think we can provide resources, and we're happy to do so.
And actually, this is a great segue for Patrick to tell us how you guys created your group in Chicago.
Sure. I think we have another question in the room. I'll try to be quick though. But Rainbow Races started as a couple of sailors in Chicago. One was flying a giant pride flag as they came into one of the harbors, apparently. Someone else, after they docked, went up, started chatting with them, and said, hey, we need to do more for the LGBT community. And thus they got together, formed a nonprofit, and started hosting events. Unfortunately, it was right before COVID, so things were a little rocky this past year to get to continue the momentum, but we're approaching 2022 with renewed momentum to, particularly in the Chicago area, keep things going, with the main event being the Rainbow Regatta that is usually in conjunction with Market Days, one of the big pride festivities in Chicago. And there's been people from all over the world interested in and reaching out to us to try to find ways to have Rainbow Regatta have multiple locations on the same date, something or another, that we're looking for in the future. First, we're trying to make sure 2022 goes extremely well, get more in-person participation in the Chicago area, possibly bring in some One Design classes, to get some more serious racers involved, as well as the big thing for us as an organization is using diversity as a way to reach out to communities to bring new people into sailing, and that's all types of sailing. Everything from cruising to beer can racing. We work pretty closely with Karen, actually, at Jackson Park Yacht Club in the Chicago area. So one of the initiatives that we're working on as well is to get the families of the kids who are in their junior program, which is a Siebel location as well, get the parents out sailing to, open up those opportunities. Once the junior program ends, the family's now addicted to sailing, get all of them out on the water and keep going.
Preston, it was a question for you. So how do I reach out to college-age kids who are home for the summer? Most of them are sailing instructors, but if they're not, or recent college grads, I'll give them boats after hours, or say you can pay $5 or $1 or it's free. Where do I find them?
I think a lot of us utilize social media, so getting that information out on social media, but also another way is emailing coaches directly or teams directly. Each team will probably have like a coach you can contact, or a team email that you can contact and get information out to them. And that's an easy way to kind of, then the coach can get it to their distribution list, or the team can get it to their distribution list. And that's an easy way to kind of advertise what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
I got it.
Can I tell you a success story?
Yes, Jim.
36 years ago, we started a program for kids with learning differences, and we used sailing as a way to build their self-confidence and their self-image, and it has been incredibly successful. And in fact, a lot of our support comes from parents kids have been through the program, and 6 of our kids have come up to be instructors in it, and one of them was just accepted to the United States Naval Academy.
Preston, tell us about Tide. I'm interested in what animated the emergence of Tide in a population that one would expect, and hope at least, would be leaning in to DEI issues. And what are the challenges in intercollegiate sailing around DEI? It's an interesting population to look at.
Yeah, so the summer of 2020, right after the George Floyd murder happened, I was sitting at home and had a lot of discussions on my campus. I'm also a part of the Boat and Athletes of Color Coalition, and Black Student Union, and just a bunch of other on-campus organizations that were having just a lot of Zoom meetings about like what can we do within our own communities and our sports, and that got me thinking. Sailing, the Athletes of Color wanted to do stuff with the NESCAC. We are a NESCAC school, so we wanted to link up, do a lot of work with them. And that got me thinking, sailing's kind of different. We have our own governing body. Are there things that we can do? So I reached out to my coach and a bunch of other sailors I knew across NISA, and we were able to form a committee within NISA first, and then at the same time, Mitch Brindley and the ICSA had a national town hall to kind of think about, what can we do as a national body. And he appointed, and I guess there were a lot of coaches that were talking about, like, are there things that we can do? So around the same time, he actually appointed my assistant coach, Corey, to be the national chair of a diversity and inclusion committee. And as we all kind of started meeting nationally and within New England, we wanted to find ways that conferences can work within each conference, to figure out regional like issue challenges and regional solutions, but also nationally. So we thought, we can call it all Tide, and we'll have the ICSA Tide Task Force, which is focusing on a national movement and having regional representatives share what they're working on within their own regions. And then NISA, which is a part of my there's NISA Tide, there's Mesa Tide, CESA, and then CISA and West Coast. And so it's a national movement. And about in the fall of 2020, we launched 2 projects. One of the projects that I was working on in particular was an education project. So it was just kind of, we formed a discussion series on, different, like how can we talk about microaggressions, race, team culture. And then the other project, which had Corey, who is the chair and assistant coach that really worked on this project, was a report. And there's about a 40 to 50 page report on the College Sailing website about our demographics, challenges that we faced. So those were our 2 big projects last fall. So now we have an understanding of like what our demographics are in college sailing, and kind of building off that report. We're still working on a lot on education. So there are a lot of discussions on race and how can we make our teams more inclusive. At least in New England, we're doing a lot of community outreach as well. So trying to figure out ways that we can get teams working with community sailing centers. I know there was, we helped initiate a program at Sail Newport to kind of work with local high school, local public school, and getting those kids like involved with sailing. So those are 2 really big projects that we've been working on nationally in New England.
I'm going to jump back to our list. I've got one here. What is the board's take on U.S. Sailing's DEI efforts? And I don't know that we're the right ones to answer that.
I think that should come up at the leadership questions. So
Okay.
Let's push that off to the board.
We'll push that one off to the board. Okay, good. Let's see. U.S. Sailing offers training for leaders across the sport. Are there any plans or opportunities for training current leaders on how to better advocate for BIPOC and other groups that are underrepresented in the sport?
That'll probably be another question for them.
Well, I don't know.
We can get suggestions, but
Okay. Yeah. We'll hold that one till later. All right. What specific progress has been made by U.S. Sailing? I'm concerned that we're running a theme here. U.S. Sailing in DEI focus areas. What lessons have been learned since launching the DEI initiative at U.S. Sailing? I think we've covered a lot of it for what we've learned and what we've been able to share.
Well, I got one thing I'll toss in there real quick. No, man. No, please. No.
The one thing I wanted to say to that point is I think one of the things that we've learned so far is that education is critical to understanding. And I know within staff, there's efforts underway to have external DEI training so that we as a staff and a leadership team understand better how to, to really embrace the concepts of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I mean, obviously our staff is not particularly diverse right now, but I know that practices have been put into place, and I know we've got 2 new interns in, DEI interns in, that are working with the HBCUs. I got to get the acronym right. The historically black colleges and universities to for job postings at job fairs and whatnot, so that we're doing more outreach in areas that we haven't typically done before, which is really exciting. But I do know that the staff is really passionate about this, and we want to make sure that we create an environment so that anyone who comes into the organization will feel welcomed and comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I personally appreciate the work U.S. Sailing's been doing because ultimately, Paul was up here talking, and I think Charlie, she was sitting here talking about the goals of the future, what we're trying to achieve. And there's very few sports in this country where you can sit down and think to yourself, we're only using a percentage of our population to compete internationally. And if you think about it from the standpoint that the rest of the world has their best athletes competing in their sports, and we do not, is part of the problem. And so I'm hopeful, because there's a lot of young people coming up, like these guys are here, of course, and then you look at the single-handed championships this past weekend with Charlotte and Leo. That's a bright future for us. And so the more effort we put into the TIE program and developing people, the better our future is going to be. And part of my motivation personally is that I want to see the sport grow. I don't want it to be a situation where, it's the same place it was in the 1980s where I first started off. And so I'm just grateful that U.S. Sailing is putting forth the effort and leading the way for it.
Yeah, and one thing that I've learned just doing a lot of the work with the college sailing is, it might be, college sailing offers an opportunity that may be a little bit more accessible with, just probably paying, little low team dues, or if you're walking onto a varsity team, not really paying anything, to be able to have the opportunity to learn how to sail and compete at a high level. And I think that's, we want to look at, where our sport is like most successful and find ways to get more people involved with our sport through those most successful ways. And that's how we can, grow our sport.
And I just want to say, to Preston's point, and the chair of our One Design committee is here, one of the things we're really trying to do to encourage and embrace young people coming out of college who haven't had a lot of costs for, boat ownership or participation. There are a lot of One Design classes that we have listed on our One Design Central page that it lists local fleets wherever you happen to be going. If you're going from Vermont to moving to Okoboji, Iowa, we can tell you what the local One Design fleets are. And a lot of these fleets really want young people to come into the sport. They're willing to, loan them boats or have them be part of their team. So we really want, through our One Design classes, and there are 120 classes that are members of U.S. Sailing, 150 around the United States, that we want to engage young people in those, and I think you can do it in a very affordable way. So those opportunities are there, and I'm sure if we asked Matt Gallagher, there'd be plenty of offshore opportunities for kids that want to go that direction.
Just want to say, because Jim Modine's right here, and I started racing with him on his boat a decade ago, and it wasn't for him, I would have been still on smaller boats inland. So Jim helped me out quite a bit. And so there's offshore boats like his required crews of 13, 14 people. And so you tell me you can't get 5 young people walking the dock to hop on the boat and go sailing. So just want to toss that out there.
Yeah, and I mean, on the topic of continuing people sailing and getting new people into the sport, that's where I'm going to put in a plug for my other passion in racing, which is match racing, where, again, you don't have to own the boat. Pretty much all of the events are in provided boats for the regatta. You show up, pay a little bit more entry fee than you would in a bring your own boat fleet race, but then everything's provided for. You don't have to do any of the boat work, put in the prep, drive necessarily towing a boat to the location, and there's plenty of opportunities for match racing. For team racing is often the same thing. You can get into a lot of different boats in those events as well. And I mean, again, also on the racing end, you're put into situations where you definitely learn the rules very quickly, or get a lot of penalty flags from the umpires. Both work.
Yeah. All right.
I think we can pretty much all accept that the primary entry points are community sailing, and then continuing on to yacht clubs, right? I mean, that's the access to the water, right? Does the committee and does U.S. Sailing, what is their sense of our yacht clubs, which are the second step for a lot of people, embracing DEI, or is it still kind of a hands-off thing around the country?
To not exactly answer your question, but actually kind of argue one of the points, I don't think we should keep making the distinction between community sailing and yacht clubs. We should just be talking about local sailing organizations, the primary interface to get people on the water. Some are yacht clubs, some are local sailing, community sailing like Hudson River. I'm still not sure exactly what form Rainbow Races is going to take, but the point is to get people sailing, keep people sailing. And if we distinguish between the two, we're just going to continue to divide, I think, and often on these not exactly diverse lines. Yeah. I think that's one of the big keys to moving forward for the sport, is doing all of that. And the more that yacht clubs can purchase fleets of shared boats, the more young people you're going to attract. The less barrier to entry, the more younger people you're going to attract so that you can keep going.
Yeah, and to go along a lot with that, yacht clubs are organizations, institutions that depend on memberships. And so if you want the yacht clubs to survive, you're going to have to bring in more talent, more people who care about the sport. And so in my experience, sailing centers have a slightly better model because they have a recycling clientele, if you will. And so when you look at it from that standpoint, yacht clubs can do the same exact thing the sailing centers are doing. So at some point in time, perhaps there could be an integration or a modeling with it.
But back to the question. I one of the things I think, Dave, the point that you bring up is, oh my God, now I just lost my train of thought. Isn't that awful?
Say the question again.
Do yacht clubs support what you're doing? Right. So, good point. So that's where I was going. We actually put a survey out. It's actually not a survey, questionnaire in 2019 asking for DEI best practices. And we got responses back from a lot of organizations, some community sailing programs, some yacht clubs and whatnot. And in the interim, between then and now, with COVID having shut down a lot of things, and the different injustices that have happened with the George Floyd murder and other circumstances that have been highly publicized, I think the issue of race and diversity and inclusion has become more commonplace on people's tongues across the country. And it has been very encouraging to hear a lot of people at yacht clubs, at community sailing programs, at local sailing organizations, within classes and associations, talking about DEI, and it's becoming more of the woven thread that is pervading everything. And it's everything from how do we include more women? How do we get more people with disabilities? How do we embrace more people of color? And I think we're seeing that more from the younger generations. It's common, much more commonplace at the youth and teenage into college levels, where it's talked about far more. And I think for many of us, it becomes a little more generational, where some of us that are a little older face some more personal barriers in terms of, am I using the right terminology? Am I saying the right thing? Am I going to offend somebody if I say something a certain way? To your point, Jane, on, women and girls, we try our best to address adult women as women and talk about female sailors and whatnot. But generationally, sometimes people slip up because it's, it's just like, oh, it's girls and guys. It's not something that everyone thinks about consciously all the time. And I think people are making much bigger effort to understand the differences that we have because we're all being brought together by a common interest.
Yeah, and just to add one more thing to that, just real quick, is that obvious statement. I'm African American, of course, and I tell people all the time, you can't blame people for what they don't know. Okay, too often people get upset if you say a phrase a certain way, and I can't believe you said that. I'm like, well, what did I say wrong? And that's an opportunity to educate someone and teach them something. And so once the person knows, then you have a right to make a choice at that stage. But I think part of being inclusive is understanding that it's a two-way street. It's my job to educate someone and be patient with them, allow them to learn the material at the same time. And so I keep mentioning these two because they're younger than I am, which is funny to say. But there's things I'm learning now from them, and I'm like, when I can't say the bad word. What in the world does that mean? I don't know what that is. And they're like, well, is this? And I'm like, okay. But at the same time, now that I know, I have to make a choice. And hopefully by making the right choice, I can avoid causing conflict. So.
Okay. And I'm going to bring it back to David's question, which was about yacht clubs and not community sailing centers. And so, and to agree to a small extent with Patrick's lack of distinction, we have had some questions come to the committee through there's a DEI mailbox about what a local yacht club or what local yacht clubs can do. And most are bring your own boat. But I think, and your experience is collectively in this room is much greater than mine. I think there are enough abandoned boats at the end of the season. There are people who haven't paid their fees. There are enough boats out there that yacht clubs end up owning that they don't want to. That bring your own, strictly speaking, bring your own boat yacht clubs don't really exist. There's always a boat. Sometimes it's a small fleet of Opties that the kids use for summer camp. Sometimes it's a larger collection or newer boats or larger boats. And I think there are opportunities there to get the community involved, maybe in a little sweat equity and a little rehabilitation, and it becomes a small sailing club for a small number of people. Maybe it's some of the people who have been sailing around for a while and they've lost their crew and they're looking for a crew, get to use the club boat, or maybe they get to bring people out on their own boat. We're getting those questions as to how yacht clubs can bring people in, and I think for a lot of them, it's not the yacht club that's going to do it. It's individual members. Maybe it's a younger crowd that's looking at it and seeing what we're discussing, and it's, my parents' generation did it differently, but I'm here too. And there are opportunities to reach out and bring people in from a broader community.
Yeah, one more question. I hate to point it out, but I can go.
We're about 15 minutes over time this, but it's a really important topic. So I think let's address the one question that we have here, and then we'll move along to the next panel.
15 years ago, we started having a program on a college campus, and the kids stayed in the dorms, and the college had a racing sailboat team too, and boy, the results of that have been really good.
What school was that?
St. Mary's.
Yeah, one thing that I've been this is more of a college sailing focus, but it kind of builds off of what Karen Harris was talking about with, inviting the Black Lawyers Association to your yacht club and trying to expand outward to bring more people in. One thing that I tried to do last spring with my team is, I worked on connecting the Black Student Union and bringing them for a sailing day with our sailing team, so that they so that they can experience, what actually sailing is. And that's kind of something that I've been slowly working on within Tide, is like, how can we build resources to connect with different affinity groups on our own campuses to be able to, share our sport that we love and kind of introduce it to them. So there we go.
I'm going to hand it back over to you, Josh.
Thank you, Jay. And that's we did go a little bit over time, but it's a really important topic, so I'm glad we did. Before we go, Jay, you mentioned the DEI inbox. If people want to get involved or ask questions, how do they contact you guys, the DEI committee?
Does anybody remember what the email address? It's on the webpage.
Yes.
How about for the live stream people into the mic?
DEI@ussailing.org.
And the easiest way of doing it is this is proof of U.S. Sailing's growth. Literally, just go to U.S. Sailing's website and go to the diversity, equity, and inclusion page, and the contact information is right there.
Awesome. Hey, let's give it up for the panelists. Thank you, Betsy Allison, Patrick Burke, Captain Donald Lawson, Preston Anderson, and thank you, Jay Baum, for moderating. And you guys are all going to exit stage right. And coming in from stage left, we have our next panel. Just as an important topic, safe sport, very exciting. And we don't have a break, so we're just going to keep rolling right into it. I'll introduce our panelists and moderator very quickly as we're getting the mic set. We have Justin Stirk, who is our staff counsel and compliance manager at U.S. Sailing. We have Kevin Broom from American Yacht Club, and we have Tara Foster from Eastern Yacht Club. So we are just finishing up with the mic transfer of the batteries. We'll hand it over to Justin.
Testing.
And here you go. And I'm gonna let Justin take it away. Go ahead, Justin.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Justin Stirk. As Josh said, I'm the staff counsel compliance manager at U.S. Sailing. I'm going to talk a little bit about safe sport as soon as we get these slides up. But I guess in the meantime, I can like to introduce my fellow panelists here. Let you guys introduce yourself. Say where you're at now, what your work with U.S. Sailing has been, maybe.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tara Foster. I'm currently the sailing director at Eastern Yacht Club in Marblehead, Massachusetts. My work with U.S. Sailing, I am a level 1 instructor trainer and a level 3 certified coach. And I do a variety of other things as well.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kevin Broom. I'm down at American Yacht Club. I'm also an instructor trainer for a couple of the small boat stuff and powerboating as well.
All right, we're just getting this set up here. I don't think, is it good? Perfect. All right. So, like I said, I'm going to talk a little bit about safe sport background first, just to make sure everyone's aware of the how, why, what. I think that's always a good practice when I'm doing these talks. And then at the end, we'll sort of talk a little bit about how safe sport and safe sport related policies can be and have been implemented at the local sailing organization level. So I'll try to get through this here relatively quick so we can get to some questions. So I think it's important to point out that safe sport as a concept's been around for about 10 years. It was originally started by the USOC, now the USOPC. As its, my understanding, first initiative to combat abuse within the Olympic sport movement, whether it be sexual abuse, physical abuse, hazing, harassment, anything. It was more of an internal policy within the USOC, definitely not as sophisticated and widespread as what it's now turned into. Moving along, I think the catalyst that created what we now know as the U.S. Center for Safe Sport was the horrific incidents that happened at USA Gymnastics. There's been others, but gymnastics was probably the biggest one involving the team doctor that led to a lot of lobbying in Congress and activity in Congress. And what came out of that was a new federal law called the Safe Sport Authorization Act. It was implemented in late 2017. And one of the main things I did was create an independent organization called the U.S. Center for Safe Sport. They're located in Denver, Colorado, and they have they're an independent organization with the authority to oversee all of the national governing bodies and the Olympic movement when it comes to abuse and misconduct. The intent there was the lessons learned from incidents like what happened at gymnastics was that the institutions, the national governing bodies, were not in a position to self-regulate, self-investigate reports and complaints. So now we have an independent body that oversees all of that. They operate pursuant to what's called the Safe Sport Code, which is basically their bylaws and the rules by which they operate. No? There we go. All right. Sorry. Just a side note. Well, I guess I'll move on to so I guess the big question is, what does the center do? Also, I might use the word the center. That's the same as the U.S. Center for Safe Sport. They're big into branding, and that's what they prefer to be called. So I guess you can kind of, with regards to what the center actually does, it's sort of, I like to separate it into three buckets. Two of them are sort of front-end abuse and misconduct prevention policy and training, and then there's the back-end response and resolution. So on the front end, there's the Safe Sport training course, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. Raise your hand if you don't know what Safe Sport is or have never heard of the center. Nice one, Stu. All right. So there's the training curriculum, which everyone's aware of. It involves training on abuse and misconduct, recognizing red flags, how to report, when to report, known or suspected incidents. It's about 90 minutes long. It operates on a 4-year cycle, which I'll get into in a little bit. There's also the abuse and prevention policy development, which, in addition to the training, are policies that are meant to cut down on or completely prevent unobservable and uninterruptible one-on-one contact between minor athletes and adults. And then on the back end, I think what the center was initially really set up to do was the response and resolution. So once a report is made, it's the response, the investigation side, and then I'm not sure what that was. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. The potential sanctions against individuals who are found to be responsible for different violations. The other thing I wanted to hit on, and I promise it illustrates what the center does, is they also, we are directly responsible to them when it comes to running our own events and operating U.S. Sailing. So we just went through our first on-site audit this year. So they were on site at 2 of our events. The first one was actually just a site visit where they are there to advise and make sure that we're being prepared for our actual audit. So the site visit was actually at the Chubb Junior Champs in Marblehead, and that was a great opportunity. Our own Henry Brower was kind enough to lend his 40-foot powerboat for the day for the compliance person from the center that was there and their CEO. So we made a very good impression. And I think it set up sort of an unfair precedent because word got out, I'm told that the center, that the sailing events are the ones to go to for their auditors. And we had a really nice day, calm conditions. So fast forward about a month to the actual audit, which was down in North Carolina at Camp Seagull. Conditions were, I don't know if maybe you guys have heard, it was pretty gnarly there. And we did not have a 40-foot boat at our disposal. So we took the auditor out on, must have been maybe a 15-foot, just coach boat. And everyone got soaking wet, and the auditor was not prepared for the conditions for sure. He had to change his clothes at the end, so. But that's just sort of like they are very in tune with what U.S. Sailing is doing, how we run our events. Fortunately, I think we did pretty well at the audit, and we'll be hearing more about that in the next month or two. So just to get back to the training, you guys are probably familiar with it. I kind of hit on it a little bit. I think the one thing I do want to point out is that it's a 4-year curriculum, so this is what people are maybe a little less familiar with. So there's the main core training course that you all are aware of that takes about an hour and a half, and then there's 3 refresher courses that are meant to be taken yearly, on the date yearly, and those make up the 4 years of the training, and then it starts over with the main course again. They also offer a number of other courses that are not the actual core Safe Sport trained course, including health courses for health professionals, parents, high school athletes, and adult athletes. And I think the big thing is these are all free for U.S. Sailing members and our organizational members. So it's something that we really encourage you to take advantage of. Contact me if you're interested in getting your staff, volunteers trained. We can set that up. All the directions are on our website too, so feel free to go there. If you have any questions, please let me know. And then with the training, I just wanted to kick it to our panelists a little bit to maybe weigh in a little bit on how they decide who takes training, maybe the people that they would recommend to have the training at their organizations. So, Tara, Kevin, can you maybe weigh in a little bit who at your organization takes the training, what you're looking for as far as volunteers as well that might need to take it, or that you would want to take it?
So one of the big things we've implemented is not only do, of course, all of our instructors, junior instructors, and volunteers that help out with our youth program, so especially if they're on our youth sailing committee, they all need to be Safe Sport trained because they have authority over the minors that are in our program. But we are a yacht club, so a majority of our sailing is actually a little more adult focused. And so am I going out to all 800 some odd members and saying, oh, well, you're at the yacht club? No. I am identifying those key adults who have regular contact and authority over the minors that are in our program. So whether that's the staff that's having direct impact on the day-to-day for those minors, or whether it's key flag officers who have say over how our program operates, council members, and most especially members that regularly volunteer to help out with our youth programs and events. Most of them have to go through the Safe Sport training, especially if they're a race officer or a judge, so they're helping with any of our regattas. But even the ones who are regular volunteers in a way where perhaps they're the ones who oversee the lunch hour, or they oversee getting everyone set up and organized and where the boats need to be, right? They're directing where the kids need to go on a regular basis for, especially if a multi-day event happens. The goal and idea being we wouldn't want them to, direct a kid somewhere the kid doesn't need to be. And also to have the training to understand what they need to be keeping an eye out for. When we have, especially, for example, Junior Race Week, we have it's like 200 kids that come into the harbor, what they need to be looking for when they're keeping an eye on the kids in the parking lot and making sure that everyone's staying safe. So it's just kind of a matter of balancing who has that regular and sustained contact with the kids and has that authority to be able to direct them where the kids would be like, oh yeah, this is someone who's supposed to be telling me where I'm going and what's happening. So there's that kind of innate trust then of this is an adult that I need to be listening to.
Very similarly, we started with our coaches, instructors, volunteers that are focused around the juniors, then have expanded beyond that. We're a club that also has different activities on shore. So we have swimming and tennis and a few others. So we have to sort of monitor, make sure anyone who is connected with any of the junior sailing programs do take Safe Sport. But in addition, we have a wider network that we sort of lean on. And then beyond that, we have about 140 people on our race committee group. So not every person on the race committee, like a Mark Boat or something, is going to be required to have Safe Sport. We encourage them and we try to have as many people be aware of the training as possible, but it's the decision makers, it's the people that have more, again, what Tara said, the sustained and regular contact with the juniors, whether it's registration desks or PROs or anyone who actually has overlap with the kids more than just on a Friday night Sunset Series. In addition to that, we ask our volunteers to be aware of it, but then a lot of the senior staff at the club also get Safe Sport trained as well.
Awesome, thank you. So just I want to touch on a little bit of the other side of the policy development. So there are also abuse prevention policies that are focused on eliminating or cutting down on the time that adults might have unobservable and uninterruptible contact with minors. So, and that can take various forms. The big ones that the center has put out to us are just team meetings, making sure that there's not one-on-one closed-door meetings with athletes, with minor athletes. When you're communicating with your team, trying to make sure that there are 2 coaches on an email or 2 coaches on a text chain to the team or another parent, something like that. Those are all just best practices that I think as we move down this road more will just become common sense. And again, that's based on the centers, the expertise that they bring shows that, when there are problems, a lot of times they evolve, from these, personal relationships between adults and minors that aren't out in the open. So doing everything you can to, take away those in a systemic way, taking away those opportunities is important. And then just the last thing I'll touch on before we turn it back over and talk a little bit more about, how things work on the ground. Just want to hit on the response and resolution work that the center does. So they're responsible for, taking in reports. So, now that you've taken the Safe Sport training, to call this, U.S. Center for Safe Sport if you are made aware of an issue that involves sexual, physical abuse, hazing, bullying, stuff like that. They'll make a jurisdictional determination when that report comes in and either take jurisdiction or turn it back over to U.S. Sailing or maybe the local sailing organization. If they do take jurisdiction, they have full jurisdiction. No one else is permitted to be involved in that. So, and that's by design, again, to ensure that if it's something that's within their purview, this is the organization that's independent, that is staffed by capable, trained professionals that can handle that. And then if it's determined that through the investigation that a individual violated a Safe Sport policy, they can impose sanctions up to and including suspensions from organized sailing in this case. And there's also the option for arbitration. So if an individual is given a sanction, he or she can opt to have an independent arbitrator look at that. So that is sort of a quick overview of the response and resolution process. And I think all this is just sort of to highlight that I believe that there, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, there's a very strong shift in what society expects of institutions, including sport organizations. Maybe what didn't seem like necessary policy even 5-10 years ago, I think is going to become more mainstream. And it's important to remember that the center is here to support not only U.S. Sailing, but all of our organizational members in educating themselves, educating their members on the best practices for how to run your program from an abuse and misconduct standpoint, especially as it relates to youth sailing. And at U.S. Sailing, we want to support that. We want to bring you all and your organizations with us on this journey. And we think the Safe Sport framework in general is a great model for all sport organizations to work under. And with that, I think we can talk a little bit more about what goes on at your local level. I think a good shift to transition would be to, we've talked a little bit about some of the Safe Sport policies themselves. Is there, are there policies in place at your organization that maybe even preceded or predated Safe Sport that would have worked to establish boundaries, appropriate boundaries between adults and minors?
Thank you. I think I will admit most of the things we do at where I work, I've straight up stolen from U.S. Sailing. So there's a whole part of level 1 and the how to be an instructor, and then I think it's now 20 minutes. I'm not sure on the online version, but it talks about coaches and instructors working with sailors in certain situations and how to deal with parents and how to manage up and down and all that. So a lot of the things like not being alone with a minor or being in an office by yourself or open versus closed door or even just talking to parents, we definitely do the safety in numbers. So we try not to have any of our staff or volunteers be on a one-on-one situation ever. It's usually at least a group decision or at least a group conversation. And then other things, trying to, it's been interesting watching some of the social media platforms evolve, where it used to be kids only and then all of a sudden it's just parents only. So we do have certain rules about how to represent yourself and the program you're in, and then other peers and friends or people you're just even sailing by. So a lot of those things we've borrowed that I think has been echoed and it shared in a different way through the safe sport training.
Anything to?
I would second that. I think most of the initiatives and kind of rules we've put in place and guidelines for the programs that I've worked with have largely come from the training that U.S. Sailing had previously rolled out. But I think what really happened with Safe Sports framework was that it reinforced certain areas and added a deeper understanding on why those guidelines were necessary and what they did to really help not only protect the kids, but also to protect our instructors and our staff and our members, which I think is a really key part of it. It deepened their understanding of why those sorts of things were necessary. So that was a really great part of it that I think is a benefit to our local organizations, kind of reframing the discussion, less of a, oh, well, you have to do these things because you're being told to, and more of a, you should really do these things because it's not only helping, the communities we're trying, or, the new generations that we're trying to help and teach, but it's also helping you and protecting you.
Great, thank you. Sort of similar vein. If you're an organization that is interested in learning more about implementing the safe sport policies or maybe how to do it, what are your suggestions for how to go about doing that at a yacht club or at a community sailing, local sailing organization? Who do you think needs to be the ones pushing that? Who needs to buy in? Is it something that like a board would need to implement?
Yeah, I think it's really important for it to be bought into, especially from the upper level of an organization. But also, I think it's really key for parents to be made aware of it, for there to be support within the people who are going to be, benefiting from these policies in the way of, perhaps benefiting is not the right word, but they're going to be the ones who are going to be most served by these framework sort of policies. So a big thing that I did previously before working with the Eastern, I worked with a community boating organization in Florida. We rolled out all of the parent pamphlets to our parents, and we made sure that those were available on our website. And once they started learning more about why we were changing policies and guidelines and why pickup time had to be at a certain time because 2 instructors had to be there and be available, it was great for them to see why those things were changing and shifting and why it wasn't I can just call Tara and she'll just wait an extra 30 minutes with my kid. You know what I mean? So it made a big impact on how they interacted with us and how we were able to interact with them, and provided a larger framework for what our program was doing moving forward.
Awesome.
I think we came down at a lot of places where we're involved have people that are involved with risk management. It could be council or board members and things like that. So that definitely fell to people who they specialize in that for us. And then we also came at it from the education side, because this, besides having all these rules and things that you have to do or should already be doing, there's also a lot of resources that I personally learned a few things about that I think just make us better teachers and educators.
Awesome. Thanks for that, guys. Have you come across any challenges implementing some of these policies? Maybe even it's not safe sport per se, but I know, Tara, you just mentioned, the pickup time, stuff like that. Like, first of all, conveying maybe some of these policy changes, and then being able to articulate why you're doing it. Have there been challenges that you've seen with parents or volunteers or the club leadership, with these changes that may have been made in the recent years?
I think one of the biggest ones is the concern I get back usually about safe sport policies is for the member who once a year decides, wow, it's going to be a beautiful day this weekend. Look at how cool this kids program is. I would love to support them. Let me take them all out on my boat for the day. And they're like, when they come back, they're like, well, what's this safe sport thing? Do I have to go through this training now? And they view it as almost an extra hurdle to be able to helping out the program. And I think one of the big things we've really worked with is instead of mandating, because it's not a sustained contact point for the most part. So what we've kind of changed and shifted in policy is adding the caveat that, our instructors who are safe sport trained need to be there as the authority on the boat. And we need to make sure that there are specific rules in place on accessing the head, on where the kids are allowed to go in the boat, which parts of the boats are off limits, and kind of really setting those guidelines off right off the bat. So that way, not only, the boat owner is aware of where the kids can and can't be, which they usually really appreciate, but the kids are also, right off the bat, they know where it is on the boat that they're supposed to be at all times. And it just kind of helps create that sense of, okay, cool, we can work together to make this happen and make sure that everybody stays safe. I think that's been the big one, is just the occasional volunteer has been concerned about it.
I think another challenge that we actually haven't come to an answer yet, and talking about that paradigm shift and how unique sailing is, I think one of the lovely things about sailing over the years has been going and sleeping over someone's house, or figuring out a part of regatta and making sure the social side also feeds in. And I sit on the JSA board of Long Island Sound, and part of that conversation is we're trying to keep the social stuff in sailing and make sure people are having fun. COVID made a lot of us have less fun, but we have not figured out how to balance the safe sport mandates, as well as offer things like dances again. And I'm sure that will be easier, but the housing in particular has been a big challenge that we don't actually have an answer yet for.
Yeah. So, and that's a good point you brought up. And I know I did not grow up sailing. I've been at US Sailing now for almost 2.5 years, and I've learned a lot about the sailing world in that time. And I think the coolest thing that I've learned is how in youth sailing, there's people stay at each other's houses when they go to regattas. I think that's awesome. And the safe sport program is not intended to kill that. I think it's just being aware of maybe extra protections that can be placed, when you are organizing housing hosts for regattas or hosting social functions for the kids and the families. Safe sport training is certainly a piece of that, but it's also, there are other things that your club, maybe can do as well, depending on what logistics, what works for your club. But by no means should the housing hosting situation be changed just because of this safe sport change. That's the sort of a decision that I think clubs need to make on their own, is like what level of risk they want to undertake and how they handle those regattas. And then the last thing before we get to a few questions, maybe if there's time, how can US Sailing assist your program if you are interested in either creating a safe sport program or developing it to another level? What can we do at US Sailing to assist that? Whether it's with regards to tracking safe sport training or other sorts of training sessions, opportunities to educate, club leadership. Is there anything in particular, a couple things?
My ask would make it easier for programs to track anyone in their circle of who's actually certified. I know there are ways to do it, but I'm not very good at it. And when people sort of fall off from being certified, sometimes we check in the beginning of the summer and maybe before a big regatta, but I know that part of the the certification process, besides being CPR, first aid, heads up, and all that, is also being Safe Sport certified. So my ask, I guess, would be an easier way to track that and make sure all of the people that I'm responsible for, makes it a little easier for them for me to make sure they are certified.
I think
Anything
the only thing I would add to that is I think one of the key things is when people start trying to implement the Safe Sport framework, it can initially seem a little overwhelming. I think it would be really great to provide either contacts or examples of how other clubs have really started implementing that and what key things they found have really worked. Whether that's having, leaders within, different organizations say, yeah, I'd be happy to be like a contact resource of like, this is what we've done, this is what's worked, here's how we've made it so that way when I have to call a kid into the office and call their parent because they've done some sort of bedlam, this is how we handle that and make sure that we're still following, the open door policy without, airing those grievances to the entire club. So it's just a matter of finding those solutions that have worked elsewhere and figuring out how best to apply them in your each individual situations. Because of course, every yacht club is set up a little differently, and every community club, organization, sailing school is similarly has their own framework and location.
All right. Well, thanks for your input on that one. I guess at this point, I don't know how we're doing on time. Maybe time for a question or two. Josh, it's up to you.
Yeah, and we had a couple too that came in from registration. Before we got to a couple questions we had here, did anyone have any questions out in the crowd? Oh, we do have some. Great. We have our runner. Heather's gonna grab a microphone, and maybe over here first, and then we'll go back over this side. She's great.
Thank you. I just have, being someone who is not tuned into the TikTok generation, I was very interested this week to be aware of this young girl who found herself in difficulty, who had the hand signal. I think that was great. I certainly learned from that. And I was wondering if the center or if the Safe Sport program has anything, or do you encourage that hand signal? Or, I mean, how does someone let someone know? I was fascinated this week with learning about it, and I'm sure I'm very late to this learning process.
It appears I'm a little later than you. Can you explain what you're talking about?
I can help with that one a little bit, actually.
Go ahead, Tara.
I got you guys. It's all good. So knowing a little bit about that, it's less of a hand signal sort of setup and more of there's easy ways to anonymously let someone know that there's problems happening beyond just the giant big red button that is now on US Sailing's website. I believe it's still a big red button, right? Yeah. There's several other avenues to do that. Coaches, people in authority, once you've gone through the Safe Sport training, you quickly learn who are the mandatory reporters who are able to help out. It's also really easy to print out one of those one-page flyers of who within your organization is someone that you can contact to be like, hey, something's not right. This is a situation that I'm uncomfortable in. I'm being harassed, abused, whatever that might be. But it also provides an easy access point to which, as many of us know, right, kids typically have their electronics practically glued to their hands. It provides that easy access point of, here's the button, here's what you fill out. You don't even have to put your name on it. But you can let someone know in authority that I'm in a really bad situation, something's going on, and I need assistance.
Yeah, I think your question sort of gets at just generally making people aware if you are experiencing some form of misconduct or if you're feeling uncomfortable. And again, I think I should have said this at the beginning. Our website does have a reporting button. I believe it's right at the top of our homepage, and that directs you right to the U.S. Center for Safe Sports reporting intake form. So just want to make everyone aware of that. And as far as having unique ways of identifying if you're in a a tough situation or an uncomfortable, unsafe situation. I have not seen anything from the center on that, but it's noted. Yeah.
It's from TikTok. Yeah.
Went to the police and said, please follow that car, and they set up a roadblock and saved her.
It's similar to like sometimes you'll go into a bar or something, and like in the bathroom will be the, hey, if you're being harassed while you're sitting at the bar, you can mention this specific drink to a bartender, and they'll know to make sure that you get a safe exit out the back of the bar, and we'll get you away from whoever's harassing you or bothering you. There's not something specific to that point from the center as far as I'm aware, but there is easy ways to anonymously let people know and get the help that is needed. Hi, Jane.
Tara, I don't know if that. Oh, everyone knew that on the back of a bathroom door, there's posters about how to get help at a bar. So just so y'all know, money talks, right? So I submitted Safe Sport information to our insurance company and to the municipality that we lease our facility from. They waived certain insurance requirements and discounted, and I saved about $20,000 by submitting the paperwork and all of the Safe Sport information. And so do it. It's not just good for, the sake of the whole purpose, but the bottom line as well. And so I just wanted to make that note. Every single person, you have to guarantee, I guaranteed anyway, everyone's stuff is different. But, and then also I encourage you to invite in a social worker or a child advocate into part of your training program to help for signs of abuse or anything like that. But I just wanted to mention the money part because money makes people listen. Thanks.
It's an excellent point. I'll come talk to you afterwards. I'd like to know more about that.
Anything else from the crowd out here? We are running about 15 minutes late, but lucky for you all, I thought this ended at 4 o'clock, and I saw on the schedule it says 3:45. So in my time, we are right on schedule. Anything else? I got one other question that came in. We had a bunch of questions, but we don't have time for them all. One of the things that you guys were talking about, Kevin, was it'd be great to have an easy way to find out who's Safe Sport certified. And Justin, one of the questions was, how can I ensure or verify that my staff is Safe Sport trained? Is there an easy way to be able to do that?
Yeah, I think so. Well, first of all U.S. sailing certified instructors are supposed to take Safe Sport. I'm not sure if that's the case 100% of the time, but we are working on ways to up that. But if you go through the level 1, level 2, level 3 coaching course, you're told that you're supposed to take Safe Sport. So that's one way of making sure that your sailing staff has taken Safe Sport. The other way is just reach out to me. Right now, there's not an automated way for you to look it up other than to go on to is it My U.S. Sailing member lookup that usually lists all certifications, but again, that's sort of a manual process. We're starting to think about ways we can make it more automated, as along with what Kevin had said. That would be a much better way of doing things. But for now, I think if you have questions about who at your organization has taken Safe Sport, please just reach out to me. I should provide my contact info, but we can get that to everyone that was in attendance. And I can be the point of contact if you have further questions about that.
Justin Stirk at ussailing.org.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if you have any questions about anything, Justin's always there in the office ready to answer all of your questions about Safe Sport, or if you like hockey too, he's a very avid hockey player. So he's happy to answer questions only about the Red Wings, though. Can we get a round of applause for our panelists, Justin Stirk, Tara Foster, and Kevin Broom? So we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back just about 3 p.m. for our final panel of the day with U.S. Sailing staff leadership and board leadership. Thank you. I asked you guys if you wanted drinks before. Any takers this time? Okay, they're all good and ready to go. So I'll throw it to Corey and go down the line to introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Josh, for the opportunity. Corey Sertle. I'm the past president of U.S. Sailing. And I'm actually, I kind of note that every one of us is a volunteer around here, and we actually kind of change hats a lot. And my hat, I have a couple other hats I wear I wanted to share with you. Last year, I was elected to the board of World Sailing, and I have another 3 years on that board, and so that's been a really interesting journey for me. So I also spent a lot of time representing U.S. sailing at the world sailing level. So I'm looking forward to that, and I am also on our U.S. Sailing Foundation board moving forward, so really excited to support what we've been working on so hard and in that arena and supporting all the people on the board. So I'm not going away, happily supporting and look forward to this discussion.
Rich Jepson, brand newly minted president of U.S. Sailing, serving as the chair of the board of directors. My hawspipe was up through public access sailing, ran a commercial sailing school for 34 years, sat as the chair of the training committee for 18 years, and this is my third stint on the board.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bree Provancha from San Diego, California. I am the Sailor Athlete Elected Director on the board. I was a 2016 Olympian in Rio in the 470 class, so that qualified me as a sailor athlete. I sit on a number of committees. I am the board liaison for the DE&I committee. I also sit on the selection committee and am a big part of the Sailor Athlete Council.
Hi, Alan Osceola again, U.S. Sailing. You heard my background before from Rich, and I won't bore you with it again.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jill Nosach, and I am the Chief Development Officer for the U.S. Sailing Foundation. So we are the fundraising arm for U.S. Sailing. We raise and invest the funds and then turn them over to the association to be spent appropriately via your donor designation. So I want to thank everyone in the room who volunteers, supports, donates, or in any other way advances the mission of U.S. Sailing. We would be nowhere without you, so thank you for that. I am also the Vice Commodore of the Jamestown Yacht Club, right here in Jamestown, Rhode Island, and I belong to the Blue Water Sailing Club and to IAC as well.
Paul Kayard, I'm the Executive Director of U.S. Olympic Sailing. I guess in Yacht Club terms, I'm a 46-year member of St. Francis Yacht Club and served as the chairman of the board there for the better part of the last several years. So I have a little yacht club knowledge and general sailing knowledge, as well as my athletic professional side.
So we're going to start off with not a question to any specific person. I'd love to hear each one of your thoughts on this and just go down the line. Probably one sentence or less. Paul, one sentence or less. So in your opinion, what do you believe is U.S. Sailing's greatest asset? We'll start with Corey and go down.
So our passionate people, whether volunteers or staff.
Took mine. I think it's the sport. In addition to the volunteers, it's a very unique sport that does so many different things for people. It's wide-ranging and diverse in terms of the opportunities, and it's something you can do from 8 to 80. So that's a huge asset in terms of building our organization.
Yeah, I think our members, all of you in this room, are what keeps the wheels going for us. So very appreciative for all of you.
Corey stole my answer because she got to go first, but I'll expand on it by saying sports works, activities like this work because you leverage the passion that exists. And whether you love us or don't love us yet, those are passions that can serve all of us well.
Well, since we're at the stakeholder summit, I'm going to go with the most important part are the stakeholders.
I think the most our most important asset is our future.
So this next question, I'm going to point towards Paul and Alan, just in terms of the leadership of the association and team kind of together. The question is, with more investment being made in elite athletes, the U.S. sailing team and the Olympic athletes, what are the expectations, or what do you think the expectations should be, and commitment by those elite sailors to give back to U.S. sailing and aspiring sailors?
I think that and that's going to be part of one of my chats with the team in January. There's a quid pro quo when you're an elite athlete in any sport, and that is to give back, that is to represent, and it needs to be done in measure, of course, because we're still counting on these athletes to do what they do best and to represent us at the highest levels of competition. But there is room in their lives to go to yacht clubs and talk to the juniors, and actually a little bit what I did at Culver and IMG Academy. I would like to, deploy a small army of our Olympians to go around the country. And really, if we're going to create this movement that's as broad as we want it to be, we do need to ask the athletes, again, when it works, to go out and nurture the next generation and inspire those kids and use their celebrity in our sport anyway to help grow the full pyramid that we need to become what we all want it to be. So there's definitely a role for these athletes.
And I would add that all of that's well said. I would add that as we're doing more for them, that's our objective over the coming years. Paul expects more from them for us and for the sailing community. And if you think about the puzzle that was on the board before, they can touch all of those aspects as well. So they're not just raising the next generation of elite athletes. They are using their celebrity, as Paul said, to make a difference in the DEI space, or make a difference in the community sailing space, or just getting people on the water. So I think that they have a large role to play, not just on the elite athlete side, but on the community sailing side.
And Alan, I'm going to continue with you. You mentioned the puzzle pieces that you mentioned in your initial presentation. And we talked about a little bit about the prioritizing of the different constituents and facets of sailing in general. And there's a follow-up question to it of, is U.S. sailing reaching out to current leaders for this insight, or are there plans to reach out to individuals historically underrepresented or unheard within each of those stakeholder communities?
Sure. And this is a piece of the puzzle, what we're doing now. Rich and I went to Chicago a few months ago for listening sessions. Betsy talks about surveys all the time. I spent some time with someone from the Bristol Yacht Club, and we talked about getting together more so we can hear their concerns and how I can comfortably say, I don't know enough, and I'm really happy to listen so you can teach me. So I think that we as an organization are going to listen more, and all of that will lead to good things. We will do a much better job of serving people when we hear exactly what they need.
Rich, I'm going to change the tide a little bit and go over to you. We had a great panel earlier that went way over time in terms of DEI. It's a great, very important topic. Coming in as president as of today, looking forward in terms of your term, can you let us know a little bit what the importance of DEI in your administration is, what the role you see U.S. sailing play, and if there's any plans in terms of DEI in your administration?
Thanks. So I'll take the second one first. I see our role as a national organization as one of persuasion and inspiration and creating aspiration for the people who are doing the heavy lifting, which are LSO leaders, yacht clubs, community sailing programs, regional programs, one design class leadership. What's going to move the needle on that issue is that group and it's my job, our job, to help make that easier for them, inspire them to do it, get them excited about the concept, get them excited about the return on investment that is available there by being more inclusive and more diverse. I think that's our role. In addition, as Betsy was saying, we do involve ourselves in a lot of local efforts to grow diversity at the grassroots level. Just this last, 2 weeks ago, something that started with an idea that I proposed to Paul, who was chairman of the board at St. Francis at the time, to get some kids from a local community sailing program called Treasure Island Sailing Center, get them out on the Club J22s with volunteer coaches, and give them an opportunity to do something that they hadn't gotten to do. They're all RS FIVA sailors from the Siebel Sailor Program, and a really diverse bunch. And so we got them out with coaches like Pam Healy and Helena Scott and Paul Heineken and Craig Healy, and then photographed the whole thing. We were talking about our portfolio of photos and how that's slowly growing. Photos of kids with different skin colors in boats with kids who are white. Integrated sailing, not just diverse sailing, but integrated sailing. And it took a year of planning because of COVID, but we finally pulled it off. We've held sponsored regattas at Hudson River Community Sailing. One's called Sailing for Scholars. I'm trying to remember the other one. Is it Heroes Regatta or? Oh, you have Stonewall, right? Exactly. So there's a bunch of stuff we're doing in partnership with local programs that we'll continue to do, and we'll ramp up as the DEI committee really gets its arms around the Pillars document, and we get the budgeting done for DEI in Bristol, because that for the first time that's a budget item in our budget, is specifically to add to equity and to make ourselves more inclusive and hopefully leading to diversity. Let's see. To steal Alan's meme, it's a two-pronged approach, in my opinion. We won't get there if we only work on grassroots, and we won't get there if we only work on leadership. We have to do both. So we're going to work from the top down and the bottom up at the same time, because I know that people, women and people of color, will not join in great numbers until they see people like themselves in leadership, and otherwise we're just spinning our wheels. So we have great gender diversity in the staff and great gender diversity on the board, and the next thing on the horizon is ethnic diversity. So the sailor athlete quota increase, while laudable and it's going to be really good for us from a governance standpoint, it slows that down a little bit, because now a third of the board seats go to athletes, and because we've been a white sport for so long, all the elite athletes are white. So that itself will take some time to.
Not all.
Not all. Okay. Augie Diaz is not Caucasian, so. That will require some patience. I'd say that for us to get to the point where we substantially better reflect the demographic of America is probably 10 to 20 year project. And I only have 3, but it's my job to try and set the things in place that'll make it easier for successors.
Thanks, Rich. Going to other ways of representation other than diversity. And one of the big pushes during your administration, Corey, was the inclusion of sailor athletes on committees and boards. And we have Bree, who's our board member and our sailor athlete representative. I'd love to hear from you, Bree, as to what your role is as a sailor athlete. And Corey, from your side, in terms of how U.S. Sailing is helping lead the charge from a USOPC perspective of inclusion of sailor athletes on committees and boards. We'll go with Bree first.
Okay. So I'm a sailor athlete elected director, which means that I'm elected by athletes to serve in this position. So what that means is basically I bring the voice of all of our athletes to the discussions that we have, and that's a big part of what the USOPC is looking to accomplish with their 33% congressional mandate. To give you an idea of how this plays out, we got the opportunity from the USOPC to redefine what it means to be an athlete. And our Sailor Athlete Council sat together and said, okay, who's at the table right now? Who do we have as athletes in our sport? And who should be at the table? Who's missing from the discussion? And we realized in that process that elite in sailing does not just mean Olympics. It means America's Cup. It means around the world sailors. It means including those members and all of you into having a position and a seat at this table. And so because of that discussion, we were able to improve the definition. We've gotten more offshore representation on our board. Justin Schaefer is now joining. He's not here today, but and Stan Honey. And so I think that's a really important part of what we do as the Sailor Athlete Council. And I encourage all of you who are committee leaders and stakeholders to have the same conversations with your committees and with yourself to say, okay, who's at my table? And more importantly, who should be here that's not here? And how can I invite them in here to get their perspective and to get their thought heard? And so that I'm hoping that's something that we can all do to help increase. I am clearly very passionate about D&I, but that's a really important thing that all of us can do to make steps forward. So not directly answering, I tangented, but there you go.
It's great. Love it. Corey.
Yes, and thanks for the question. Yes, our board is really proud of looking at what USOPC mandated as far as athlete representation on our board and accomplishing that actually a year in advance, but certainly with this new board, we have 5 athletes that have been elected by athletes who are on our board moving forward, and that's really exciting. And while some of our committees and people may think that, boy, that's kind of a burden and that's difficult to achieve, we embraced it. And it's been so rewarding for me to have all of the athletes on our board as part of our board and really included. And they come to the board, and once you're a board member, you don't just represent like this narrow constituency of Olympic athletes or your world of being an Olympic sailor. We say, look, you're a board member. You have to consider all of U.S. sailing. And all of a sudden, their eyes were wide open of all the parts of the sport that we serve. And they all came from our sport. So they get it. And they really get it. And it's just been awesome to have our athletes on our board. I mean, it has just inspired every other board member with their contributions, and they've really dug in. So I'd really like to thank and they tend to be younger than all of us sitting up here, so that really helps with diversity in terms of age. But also, I've just been amazed at the amount of volunteer give back time some of our young athletes have given us. So thank you, those who are hearing me, who are in that group, because it's just been really valuable to our board.
Thanks, Corey. You can keep that one. So I've got a question. I'm going to direct it at Paul. Corey, feel free to chime in, and anyone else as well. Has to do with parasailing and Paralympics, as we brought up very briefly in your presentation. It's a 3-part question, so stay with me on it. The first part of the question is, what is U.S. sailing doing to get sailing back into the Paralympics? The second part of that question is, assuming sailing does get back into the Paralympics, will U.S. sailing treat the parasailors equally as other sailors regarding financial backing? And the third part of that question is, should sailing not get back into the Paralympics, will U.S. sailing support the sailors with disabilities with an annual team and financially supporting them to getting to World Championship sailing events? I know it's a lot to unpack, but
well,
so
I think the first part of the question I answered pretty well in my talk. We're working hard with U.S. Sailing's working with World Sailing right now to lay the groundwork and the social movement to petition after January 1st. We can actually file a petition to the IPC to try to get para sailing back into the Paralympics for 2028 on our home turf in LA, which would be a fantastic cornerstone to what is going to be an amazing Olympic Games in the United States of America. So we're on that, as I said, and Betsy's kind of our leader of the group, but we're doing everything we can to augment that. As far as what we would do to support them, well, we would do the same as what we're doing with the entire Olympic team. Financial support, coaching support, logistic support. I personally don't know exactly what levels were done in the past and if it was similar to the Olympic levels, but in my mind and under my regime, it would be, there's no reason to be any different. And on a personal level, I am a supporter of Team Paradise, largely because Magnus Liljedahl is a guy I admire a lot and has crewed for me a lot in my star, and I think he's doing a yeoman's job down there in Miami at the Sailing Center with what he does for disabled veterans. And I think a lot of our Olympians trained on his equipment at his facility. So parasailing is something I'm fairly aware of. We also support, through America One Foundation, BADS, which is Bay Area Disabled Sailors. And obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but I've been a board member of America One ever since I founded it. Yes, we would do, as U.S. Olympic Sailing, U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Sailing, we would support them to the same level as we support all the other team members. The third question was what?
If parasailing doesn't get back into the Paralympics, how does that affect the support of disabled sailors in getting to world championships across the country or across the world?
Well, strictly, I would have to think about that and consider that. I think we're starting to make some budget available. Right now, parasailing is not an Olympic. It's not in the Paralympics, so it's not an Olympic discipline. But we are interested in keeping that community supported and going, and we will continue to do so until they get back into the Paralympics. I'm not sure if, strictly speaking, it's under my purview in the Olympic department to oversee that. I think that's something Alan and I and Betsy will have to discuss in the future. Right now, we're just focused on building the movement, building the support, and getting it back into the games. And as you all know, we have a great track record in winning medals in the Paralympics. So the United States of America, is pushing hard for this.
Thanks, Paul. Corey?
Yes, and again, I'm going to reference my world sailing hat because one of my roles as a board member at World Sailing is I am the liaison on our board for the Parasailing Committee, and over the last number of years, Betsy has had the honor of chairing that committee. So we do have a close relationship with the world of parasailing due to Betsy, and I've attended every one of their monthly meetings, and so been very close to that effort. And so I've had a number of discussions with Alan and Rich and our board leadership about the importance of including a budget line item in our ongoing budget for parasailing, and specifically supporting our representatives at the world level and making them included on our team. And even though we are, stretching our budget to do everything we want to do, that at least put a little spot in there that we will at least try to support these athletes who are representing Team USA, just like our Olympic athletes are, at the World Championships. And we have an opportunity, and World Sailing has looked at the sport the same way, that every 4 years, World Sailing runs a combined Sailing World Championship, and it happens to be next year at The Hague in the Netherlands. And during that event, there will be para events alongside the Olympic events. And so my point to our board and to Alan and to Paul and Betsy's right alongside me is that it would look really bad if we didn't support our para-athletes and include them completely in everything we do. And it certainly wouldn't be our intention to do that. But the point is we just need to purposely think about it and start including them as soon as possible and think of them. But it's a little bit of a chicken and the egg because, as Paul said, he signed up to run our Olympic team, and right now para's not in the Olympics. But our point is, as an organization, we do need to support the top end of the disabled sport, the para side of the competitive side of our sport, as strongly as we can and put it in our strategic priorities.
Thanks, Corey. Does anyone else on the panel have anything about this topic? Okay, great. So I'm going to switch a little bit of gears. Jill, this is for you. As the staff lead for the U.S. Sailing Foundation, and some people may not be as familiar with the U.S. Sailing Foundation. Could you give us a little background as to the role of the U.S. Sailing Foundation and progress that it's made in the past year or so?
Sure. Thank you, Josh. So the U.S. Sailing Foundation, our whole purpose is to raise and invest the funds necessary to transfer over to the U.S. Sailing Association to spend according to the donor's designation or where needed most. So that was the first part of your question. The second part of your question was, what have we done lately, I think? And so what I can tell you is, and you've heard some of this earlier today, we've focused on 3 key areas. The first area is the Siebel Sailors Program. And we have raised $5 million there, and we're working toward a $5 million match to turn that into $10 million and really expand and deepen that program. And the beauty of that is it really hits the core mission of expanding sailing across the country. I'd say our second area that I would like to talk about in the what have we done for you lately, or what have you done for us lately, is really Project Pinnacle and the work that Paul is leading for our Olympic team and our Olympic development programs. And there we've already raised $18 million. And we have a long way to go. We'd like to get to $75 million. And Paul walked us through those 10 core pillars earlier today. And that really is what those funds will be used for. And then I mentioned where needed most, but what I'd like to talk about is our endowment. We really have a long-term sustainability plan in mind, and what we'd like to do under Bill Rue's leadership in the foundation is raise $100 million that we can put into our endowment to keep us strong and sustainable into the future, and so that we can have conversations that don't start with, gee, we'd really like to, but we don't have the resources. So that we can have conversations that start with, what is it we need most to serve you best? And what resources do we already have set aside in order to do that? So I think that answers your question. All right.
Thank you, Jill. And if anyone has any questions here, please don't be shy. Feel free to raise your hand. But I don't have no lack of questions. We have plenty here. But please feel free to raise your hands. Oh, yes, Chris.
Quick question on the funds you were just speaking of. The 18, like for example, the 18 million that has been raised for Olympic sailing. Is that in a separate endowment that is designated, for the future of Olympic sailing, or how does that work?
Well, my CFO's in the room, so she'll correct me if I misspeak, I hope. She's also the runner, and she's got the microphone. Okay. No pressure. Armed and ready. So the endowment policy of the foundation really allows us to pool all of our funds together so that they're invested for the highest value. So that way we can have great return. And Bill Rue was running through our investment committee yesterday, and I can tell you that we have very high-powered people who have been investing for their entire lives, and they work for the companies that you would want to have your money in. So we really have a tight policy there, and we have a committee that oversees and works regularly to make sure that that's well managed and that the spending that we have is appropriately allocated. To your specific question, do we separate the pieces? It's more of a fund accounting under GAAP so that we can pull out what's been designated by percentage for Olympics or for any other program. And then we can report back to the donors on exactly the impact that you have made through your endowment fund. That said, Heather, is there anything I said wrong that you'd like to correct or clarify?
I think you're a phenomenal student.
Thank you for the question.
Thanks, Jill. On the subject of money and funds, a question came in. I'm going to try to phrase it correctly, as it wasn't phrased exactly right on the questions, but I talked to the person who posed it. So the question goes along something like this in terms of the money incoming to U.S. Sailing, whether it be sponsorship or fundraising or other. How, in your beliefs as the staff, kind of, Alan, Jill, and Paul, your beliefs, your opinions in terms of how that money comes in, is it directly related to how it's allocated to programs and products, whether it's a donor who's donating specific programs, or a sponsor who wants activation at certain programs, or Olympics versus the association? How does that work in your mind? And Alan, knowing that you're only 6 months on the job, I know you have some opinions on it as well too. Paul, love to hear your opinions as well. But that was the question, basically, in a nutshell.
Sure, I'll answer, and it's not really an opinion. There are certain funds that are donor dedicated, and whether that comes through the foundation and they have chosen to dedicate their resources to the SIBO program, those monies will go to support the SIBO program. That's not an opinion. That's what they've required, and that's what we will honor. The exact same thing applies to Project Pinnacle. When a donor makes a donation to support the Olympics, that money comes into the organization, it goes through the association, and ultimately it goes to support the Olympics. Same with the USOPC funds. When that money comes in, that money is there to support the Olympics, and that goes out to the Olympics. When there are funds that are not specifically designated like that, and they come in, whether it's sponsorship, whether it's publications, whether it's courses, whether it's where needed most, as Jill talked about, those are funds that the association, through its budget process, decides how to allocate the resources to where, not to paraphrase, but where needed most. And that's part of the budget process. That's part of the budget that we put together that the board ultimately approves. And the question that I think you asked earlier in the day about how we prioritize, the budget process and the board's approval of that budget process is how that gets prioritized.
Anything to add, Jill or Paul?
Sure. I think that was really well said. And the only thing that I would add to that is that one of the things Alan said earlier that I thought was really critically important is that not every program at U.S. Sailing is going to generate revenue, right? We're a charitable organization and we have a mission to deliver. And so when we look at funds that are, if they're fundraised and they're charitable, they're where needed most, but whatever the other way that they come in, we do as a group think about the mission and where those funds need to be best applied so that we can deliver on that mission. And I just wanted to add that point because you made it earlier today and I thought it was really important.
Yeah, and I'll just to, so there's an example, our REACH program. It's an important thing that we do. And we have some corporate sponsorship. Rolex is wonderful to provide us some resources to do that. While I hope Rolex triples its contribution, in the unlikely event that Rolex decided not to do that program, that's still a program we're going to do. We may have to do less of it, but that's an important delivery that we have to provide to the sailing community. That's an important program that we have, and we can't not do it just because they've chosen not to do that, which, again, they have not said, and I hope they triple it, and we could do more. But so it's not like the dollars in have to exactly equal the dollars out. In an ideal world, we would raise substantially more sponsorship for a program that will allow us to do a lot of things, grow that program and support the programs that Jill's talking about that can't otherwise support themselves.
Can I add to that just for a second?
microphone.
Hold on.
One of the things that I want to really highlight in this aspect of money management and how we spend things is Heather has been able to implement for the first time a real accounting system where we actually project where we're going to be at the end of the year. So we get line of sight if we're starting to go the wrong way or things are imbalance so that we can make adjustments. And we've never been able to do that before. And that's significant. We're dramatically doing a tremendous job of managing the money that we have. The other thing is that I've been involved for 3 years, and we've never had anywhere near the returns that the investment committee has been able to pull off since they took over. It's been like night and day. So that in itself, and they've really focused on that. They got off to a slow start because we had to define what they wanted to do and everything else, but once they hit the ground, it's been, oh my gosh.
I just want to say that Alan's answer in the middle was very precise and accurate, and it's very important for the donors that we solicit for specific programs who commit their funds to go to those programs, that those donors know that we honor that commitment. It isn't that the money is somehow decided to go somewhere else. It goes to that program.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys. Switching gears a little bit, and I'm going to push this to Corey and Rich as the past leadership, current leadership, and maybe ask Alan to comment on it as well. But the question is, what is U.S. Sailing doing, and I'm going to say, or has been doing, to recruit women in leadership roles, both staff and volunteer, and to the woman in the most leadership role, or just past the most leadership role? I'll turn it to you.
Well, I'm actually really proud of what we have done and what we continue to do. We look at 2 women who are here who took on huge leadership roles over the last year. Our CFO, Heather Monison, and our Chief Development Officer, Jill Nosach, who are here. So those are 2 women in leadership positions. Let's call out Betsy, who's in the back of the room up here, leading our all sorts of things in the adult world, and as well as being such a great spokesperson on the international stage. So we do have a lot of great role models as women. And, one of the things I'm especially proud of is whenever I take on a role, one of the first things I think about is, who's going to come after me? And who can I inspire next to get involved? And I'm really happy that I think I achieved that because we have a lot of young women on our board. And furthermore, just looking and trying to inspire more women to take on roles that I've taken on. And I think by our very presence and our encouraging, attitude towards them, I think that helps a lot. But on the other side is I always look at balance. We need a balance of everybody. We talk about inclusion, but just a good, healthy perspective of men, women, people who represent everything, including opinions that aren't and thoughts that are really different from mine. I really welcome that. I think all of us welcome people challenging our thinking, and so that's the way I've led and looked at things. And I'm just really proud of the young women who are on the board behind me, who are coming up.
Thanks, that was great, Corey. And that's been a theme of Corey's leadership the entire 3 years that I've worked for her. And I'll take a different part of the question, which is, how do I view our current, status? I don't know at the moment because we've added so many people here in the recent weeks, but for longer than a couple of years, we've been a female majority staff in Bristol. So it's very diverse perspectives for the staff, and that's something I only had peripheral impact on myself, but I'm very proud of. As Corey said, we have great female leadership on the board, and I think it's the it's the message to all the leaders in the sport that it isn't, we don't have women on the board to have women. We have women on the board because we need their perspective, and that goes for ethnicity, it goes for ability, it goes for LGBTQ. We get better at all of our efforts, diversity and sailing, if we have more diverse perspectives. And if it's all male on the board or all male in the yacht club leadership and the flags, then certain decisions are going to be made. And we all know in this room that you end up with a female flag in your yacht club, things start to get disrupted in a good way. So I'll stop rambling, get off the soapbox.
You mean things start to get done?
Yes, things start to get done.
Alan, go ahead.
So Corey and Rich said it perfectly. I won't repeat what they said. I guess I would just add two things, which is we did hire Renee as head of human resources. That was important to Heather before I started. She found Renee. Renee has played a significant role in our DEI efforts. She's wise beyond her years, she's aggressive beyond her years, and she's making a good difference beyond her years. And I think that'll pay dividends for the entire organization in general and from a DEI perspective going forward. I wish you were here to hear that. Hopefully someone's taping this and sharing it with her. And then second thing, which is indirectly related to your question, Corey mentioned Heather and Jill. Look, I'm sitting here 6 months in, and if it wasn't for Heather and Jill, I'm not sitting here 6 months in.
Thanks, guys. Bree, I'm going to ask you a question in regards to gender, and just looking at a past 470 sailor yourself. Just love your thoughts and opinions on 470 going mixed gender for the next Olympics.
Okay, very great question. Thanks for that. I think that it's great that the 470 is staying an Olympic class. I think historically it has been a class in the Olympics for a long time. And I think that the NACRAs that have been mixed have been really great. As a sailor athlete and on the Sailor Athlete Council, we have a lot of relationships with athletes, and they're enjoying that partnership. And so I think to see the 470 go mixed brings a great opportunity for men and women athletes to learn to work together and to broaden their skill in a different sense. So I'm excited to watch the racing. I'm excited to see the strategies that the countries use. It looks like most of the women will be helming. So exciting to cheer on my fellow competitors and friends and watching them sail. So that would be I'm all for it. I think it's great.
Thanks. Still, any other questions out here? Oh, great. Awesome.
Hi, what's the status and future plans for the REACH program?
Alan, you kind of touched on that earlier. Feel like expounding a little bit more?
Sure. So right now, we've just issued grants for the next round of community sailing schools to be part of it. So it's off and running. The leader of that program loves it, lives it, breathes it, wants it to grow, realizes its great attributes. And getting back to what we talked about before, all of us believe in that, and the more revenue we can generate from sponsorship or otherwise, the more we're able to grow that. So right now, it'll probably stay the same size for 2022 that it is in 2021. It'll be bigger in 2022 because it won't be as impacted by COVID the way 2021 did. But it's something that we're in love with, and will play a big part of our future.
Another question over here.
All day today, we haven't heard much about fleet racing, handicap racing with rating systems, alphabet soup, trying to figure out what number am I going to use today, what race is it in. I'm wondering if you could just address, going forward, what role you think U.S. Sailing needs to take or doesn't need to take to either smooth that out or just let it exist as it is.
Yep. So did I get that softball question? So this was a topic of vigorous conversation in Chicago with the Chicago Yacht Club leadership especially, and I'll just offer a couple of thoughts, and I know Alan has his own. We need to recognize in leadership in general that the number of people in PHRF, in addition to ORR or ORC and IRC, is one of the largest constituent groups of sailors in the entire country. So I feel, had too much of an arm's length role there, leaving it to local PHRF committees to sort of do their thing. And as you guys know, sometimes it's a great committee and sometimes it's a committee that could use some improvement. So we have a solemn responsibility to provide leadership and best practices, training, seminars, guidance to local PHRF committees, more than anyone else, just from a numbers standpoint. 15,000 PHRF sailors out there, regular PHRF sailors. And then we've already talked about the wake-up call that we had about our sort of lack of bench in the offshore department. And what we learned was it's called offshore because that's a kind of a sexy title, but it's really about handicap management and level playing field. And Alan's, one of the first things he did about something that he had to get skilled up on almost instantaneously was, 2.5x the size of the department. So he did that not in months, but in weeks after we realized the depth of the problem. So I'll stop there other than to say that, like a lot of things, it's a big train and it's moved in a certain direction for a long time. It'll take a while to slow it down and get it on another set of tracks, but that is going to happen. So if you'll be patient with us, I think you'll see some great things here in the coming months and years.
Sure, since you called on me, it'd be embarrassing not to.
Called you out.
I do think Rich said it well, and I really can't add to that. The only thing I will add is refer back to what I said when I talked earlier, which is, I guess, two things. One is the mission statement. What I noted was most interesting to me about it is it didn't call out any one particular part of the sailing community. So by definition, the part of the sailing community that you've identified is included in that. And if you take that to its next logical step, that fits perfectly within the question I answered before is how do we define success, which is serving all parts of the sailing community, serving all parts of the sailing community puzzle. So this is a piece of the puzzle where we are upgrading our rating services, our handicapping services to do things like this. And we don't have all the answers right now. Rich said be patient, but we understand what our obligation is, and we're certainly working towards that.
And I'll stay with you. Question is, very simply, are cruising sailors stakeholders in the new U.S. sailing?
Sure, they would be. If you think back to the puzzle, they would be part of the community sailing, for lack of a better place. Obviously, the puzzle sort of required us to, pick some titles and some headings that would incorporate a variety of things. So things like race admin was included in the competition place. It could have had its own, but it was included in there. Cruising is part of. The community sailing is our education. It's our training programs, and the cruising would absolutely be part of that. It's and I caught myself earlier. I don't know if people heard this, but sometimes I refer to this as a sport. In one of my first discussions with the group, I was lectured on that, which is stop saying it's a sport and it's a lifestyle and an activity. So I caught myself early if you heard me say sport, and then I went back to the words lifestyle and activities. And so it's absolutely part of our world, and it would be included in there in our minds.
Rich, your thoughts on that?
Right. So I started the cruising committee, I don't know, 20 years ago. And I will be the first to admit that it was a swing and a miss. And I was just a little bit assumptive about what cruising sailors needed. I claim to be a lifelong cruising sailor myself. That's what I was raised in. I didn't start racing till I was an adult. There's 75 people in this room. That means there's at least 50 different definitions of what a cruising sailor is. And so it's a hard group to define. It's a hard group to capture. And what does it pride itself in most? Independence. It doesn't need race officials. It doesn't need a race course. It doesn't need mark set boats. People do it because they love the freedom. They don't want people telling them what to do or giving them advice or whatever. So they have a distinct set of needs that for us to serve them properly, we're going to have to do a lot more homework than we did 20 years ago when I thought starting a committee was all we needed to do.
I want to add to that a little bit, Josh, if I can. You know, I obviously am in the racing world in a huge way, but I think sailing to me has been an amazing life experience. And I've shared that with my family, both racing with my kids to Hawaii, and I crew for my son on his Star now. But I've shared a lot of that cruising around the British Virgin Islands with my family and friends. And even when I talked to Culver, you know, of course, I presented them with an Olympic flag and gave the motivational, inspirational speech, which I hope will make Sophie Dolan chase her dreams. But for all those along the way who've been exposed to our great sport, who choose not to race, who choose not to be in the competitive arena, sailing is a magnificent life experience. You know, being blown around by the wind, the adventure of it all, the self-confidence that it builds in an 8-year-old to think that they're actually going to be able, you know, leaving the dock is one thing, getting back to the dock is another thing. And I think those are the things that actually captivated me as an 8-year-old. And so I'm making this statement because I probably represent the very competitive side of our sport, both in what I've done professionally for 35 years and what I'm doing now in my role with U.S. Sailing. But it isn't lost on me what a fantastic sport and life experience sailing can provide to families, to young people, to just about everybody who can have the fortune of being exposed to it. So I personally am going to be a big fan here at U.S. Sailing of us supporting and definitely considering cruising sailors as stakeholders and in a very, very important part of our sport that has so much to give and leave in your lifetime on this planet.
We shouldn't overlook the fact that U.S. Sailing has the best record in the world in boating safety, both in the development of boating safety and the spreading it around. And the cruisers in the United States have also gained and benefited tremendously from what we've done in the field of boating safety. You know, the standards of boating safety by the Coast Guard are pretty much copied off of us. So that's something we should be real proud of.
And just following up on that, and Rich, I'm going to throw it to you. You know, kind of similar question to the DEI question I asked you before, but as you look forward towards your administration, what's the role of U.S. Sailing in regards to safety? What are the plans in regard to that and the importance of it?
Well, that as regards the importance, you know, we're sailors, so of course safety is of no import to us. I mean, it just takes away from the excitement, right? When so I ran a school that taught sailing in one of the windiest spots in the country on a rocky leeward shore in the slot of San Francisco Bay. And so I would sit bolt upright in bed at 4 a.m. Thinking about some aspect of my business that wasn't as safe as it should be. So I lived and breathed safety every day, preached it to my staff every day. Jim and I have both served on the FACA committee for the Coast Guard Boating Safety Office, and Jim is a legend there. In both ways, lots of acolytes and lots of people saying, "Duh, that damn Muldoon." So it has to be the blocking and tackling. We were talking about shiny baubles and the fun things to do that Alan was talking about. Safety, it's a stretch to call it one of those, but it's the critical underpinning. We don't have an organization if we're involving our kids, especially, but also our offshore sailors, to an unsafe sport. So I promise you that we'll only get better at that. I see our leadership there from an educational standpoint and an inspirational standpoint, and we'll keep it in front of all of you, and keep it top of our own minds, and make sure that our educational materials continue to emphasize safety first. I think if you look through any of our coaches' manuals or student books in the Keelboat program, you'll see safety woven through. Maybe it doesn't use those 6 letters, but everything is about making it as safe as possible, so as many people as possible not only enjoy the sport and be safe, but the sport's reputation is one of safety. So we're not going to attract people to the sport if they think it's dangerous. Same thing happened with scuba diving. Scuba diving, before it got nationally organized, was a tiny niche sport for masochists. And until they got together and said, we have to, A, train everybody, but B, show everybody and reassure everybody that the training's sufficient, we're not going to grow. Now they're like 50x the size of what they were before PADI and NAUI. So I think that's a good model for us, and it's one that we've tried to follow in the training and education department.
Thanks. So I'm being told I am getting overtime, but I'm going to ignore them because I really don't care. It's a good conversation. No, I'm kidding. We're going to do like one more question, but I'd love to. So this is kind of for Corey and Paul, I think. But feel free to chime in, panel, if you'd like to. The question is, what ideas do staff and board members have about improving the structure of elite youth racing as part of the Path to the Podium?
That's a great question, and one I'm really passionate about. And I think one of the most fundamental things is making sure our youth are inspired, get to see role models, get to try out different types of equipment, and really be inspired by great role models and great coaching. I'm a big proponent of investing in training our coaches so that we do have ways and for people who are really excited about next steps to get up the learning curve quickly and efficiently, and having fun with it, because there's so many fun things about the sport, and that we can help nurture the kids' dreams.
Thanks, Corey. Paul, anything to add?
Well, we just recently formed a youth development task force. I'm probably not saying the name exactly right, but John Pierce is leading that for us. Fred Hagerdorn's on that. Corey is as well. And I agree with everything Corey said. I would just say that we need more clarity of the pathway for elite sailing. Exactly how do you make your way to our under-19 programs, then on to the Olympic development and on to the U.S. team. We do have some clarity on the website specifically about how to qualify for the U.S. sailing team, the tiering structure, but we can do more and do better. So more clarity, I would say more convergence rather than divergence. In some ways there's too many things and it's kind of confusing, and it's better to have fewer events with 80 participants at them than half as many events with 30 participants. So, and then, as you know, we're increasing the support. So, more clarity, more convergence, and more support.
Thanks, Paul. So as we wrap up, I do want to go down the horn one more time and just, until the next time, everyone here, to everyone watching on the live stream, to everyone that rewatches this, just a last word going down the line here. Anything you'd like to tell the U.S. Sailing membership, the public, the general sailing public, and the stakeholders in this room? We'll start with Corey and go down the line.
Thanks, Josh. I'd just like to thank everybody in this room and everybody watching and everybody who's really supported me in my role. It's been really rewarding to be president of U.S. Sailing the last 3 years. So thank you, everybody. And I'll pass it on to Rich.
Thanks. So a couple things. First of all, I really see my presidency as an extension of Corey's. She and I very seldom finished conversations in disagreement. We look at the sport the same way and value the same things. And I also want to mention that I'm going to do what I think I'm best at, and that's going to be about organizational excellence and effectiveness. And that's going to be my focus as I guide the staff, those that let me. And also, I want to mention that the big initiative for me as part of that is called an initiative we started a while ago, staff-led, volunteer-supported. As many of you in this room know, especially Taryn and Matt and Bruce, we were a volunteer-led, staff-supported organization for decades, 100 years, really, if we want to count the USRU and NARU days. In this day and age, we've had to convert to a service organization and, of course, a governance organization. The old volunteer-led, staff-supported model was not working, and still in parts of our organization, it isn't working. So we're not going to flip that switch immediately, but you can expect to hear more about that from me, because I think our future is in having robust leadership in Bristol and allowing us volunteers to do the fun stuff, because for too long we've been doing the heavy lifting and trying to do it around kids and job and sailing, and that's been ineffective and also kind of painful for a lot of us. So more to follow on that. Oops, sorry.
Thanks, Rich. Thank you, Corey, I guess Rich and Alan, everybody, for including me in this discussion. It's an honor to serve U.S. Sailing, and it's an honor to be on this path of excellence with all of you in the room. I really believe that this is a joint effort, and we need everybody to help us get there. And so I want to just share a quick story. I'm getting my MBA, and 3 months ago, I had the opportunity to take classmates of mine sailing for the first time. I had classmates from Pakistan, Nigeria, Venezuela, Canada, Mexico, and the look on their face when they got to go sailing and experience what that meant was incredible. I had somebody come up to me and tell me that she journaled about it for 3 days because it was the best experience that she's had at Tuck. I don't know, I'm sure she's had great experiences. And for some people that don't get to see water, it is truly an amazing gift that we all have. And so I think sometimes when we sit in this room, we forget the impact that we can really have on others. And so I try to remember that, and I hope that all of you can remember that bringing somebody sailing can really, really impact their life. So it's an honor to be here. Thank you all.
So I would say you should be very proud of what Corey, Rich, Henry, Martine, John, the rest of the board took it upon themselves to do over the past year and a half. They didn't think that this organization was on the right path, and they did what they didn't have to do. It's a nonprofit volunteer board. They out of their conviction for what was right, their passion's an understatement for for the sport of sailing. They took it upon themselves to shoulder the burden to make some very difficult changes and to go through very difficult times. That is not easy to do. They were volunteers. They chose to do it because they love this and they wanted to make a difference. So you should be proud of that. I think the next step with that is that they've made changes that they believe put us on a path to excellence. There is a amazingly passionate staff. There's an amazingly passionate volunteer base. I don't think I have to tell you all that since you make it up. We are doing the right things to get the house in order so that we can succeed in the future. So the future is bright. So you should be pleased about that.
And I'd like to say thank you. I want to say thank you because you've been sitting in this room all day long, and that's a lot to ask, and I appreciate that you're here. I want to say thank you to the folks who sent in questions ahead of time on your registration, to the folks who submitted questions on the chat if you've been listening and watching from the comfort of your home. I want to say thank you to the people who were brave enough to raise their hands and challenge us and question us on what we're doing and what we believe in, because it's all about you and what you want, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're listening. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, so appreciate your willingness to be here and help us be better, because as I said before, we wouldn't be anywhere without you. So I really, really appreciate that. And because I'm on the foundation side, I also want to thank everyone who supports us. Every single gift makes a difference. Every single gift makes an impact. And I think Bree said it best. We often forget, or at least I often forget, the gift that I have to live near the water, to be in the water, to be on the water, to be on my boat. And anything we can do to share that gift with people who don't have that opportunity is going to help change the world. Because we're not just making better sailors, we're making better people. Thank you.
I touched on it before. I think one of the most, well, probably the most precious thing in life is the future, because the future hasn't been spent, hasn't been consumed. It's a fresh canvas, and it's even more precious and special when the conditions are set for excellence. And I really feel that what we have around us, what we have with all of you in the room, what's our fan base and our supporters and our fellow sailors that are watching us on the stream, you know, I feel like we are positioned to win and succeed. And that doesn't mean necessarily winning races, but win in our sport and enjoying our sport to the fullest and making it accessible to everybody. So again, like I started, I'm super honored to be on the U.S. Sailing staff, and I wake up every day loving my job.
Thanks, everyone. Before we close out, I am going to hand it over to Rich for a second for some final words. Before I do so, Rich, I just want to make a couple of quick thank yous as well. Huge thank you to Connecticut Yacht Club for hosting us today. If everyone give Connecticut Yacht Club and their staff a round of applause. They are actually closed today, so they opened up just for us. Thank you, Connecticut Yacht Club. Big thank you to ATR Treehouse AV for setting us up with this great AV setup. And a big thank you to Deegan Media and his whole crew, and Dan Egan back there doing the live stream and being able to support us in this efforts to make sure this is streamed out. And it will be on the Starboard portal afterwards for playback. And we're going to work on getting little snippets of highlights and everything for you guys as well, too. But without further ado, current U.S. Sailing President, Rich Jepson.
Thank you. So just to close, I want to thank you not only for everything you do for the sport, but for the time, the effort, the treasure you invested in getting here today to make a difference, to learn more about us, but more importantly, have an opportunity to hold us accountable for our promises. And the work that you do is critical, and we're a board of nothing without all of you. So thank you. I want to bring to your attention the follow-up plan for the rest of the questions, because there are still questions that we didn't get to, and we have inventory of them and are going to synthesize those, get answers to those questions, and get them out to all the attendees. Josh has some wild idea that we'll send it out to everybody in the organization. I don't know what he's thinking, but so we've been taking a lot of notes, obviously recorded the session. We're going to use all that to make sure that every single question gets answered to the questioner's satisfaction. And last item is just one, because I'm in charge of this organization now, I'm just going to take the opportunity to get really close to the bar. So I want to be first in line. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, Rich. Cash Bar is open. Thank you, everyone, for watching us in the stream. Thank you. Good night. Have a great week.